Members, take your seats. Sure. Good morning, Dan. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of February 14, 2023. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain, member from Exeter, the Honorable Alexis Simpson.
Thank you. Good morning. To center us this morning, I'm going to share a piece from Howard Thurman's Meditations of the Heart. Let us be in an attitude of prayer and contemplation. How good it is to center down, to sit quietly and see oneself pass by. The streets of our minds seethe with endless traffic. Our spirits resound with clashings, with noisy silences, while something deep within hungers and thirsts for the still moment and the resting lull. With full intensity we seek, ere the quiet passes, a fresh sense of order in our living, a direction, a strong, sure purpose that will structure our confusion and bring meaning in our chaos. We look at ourselves in this waiting moment, the kinds of people we are. The questions persist. What are we doing with our lives? What are the motives that order our days? What is the end of our doings? Where are we trying to go? Where do we put the emphasis, and where are our values focused? For what end do we make sacrifices? Where is our treasure, and what do we love most in life? What do we hate most in life? And to what are we true? Over and over, the questions beat in upon the waiting moment. As we listen, floating up through all the jangling echoes of our turbulence, there is a sound of another kind, a deeper note, which only the stillness of the heart makes clear. It moves directly to the core of our being. Our questions are answered, our spirits refreshed, and we move back into the traffic of our daily round with the peace of the eternal in our step. How good it is to center down. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Newmarket, Representative Charlotte D. Lorenzo, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Chair recognizes sisters Josi and Lilly Lyon of Deerfield, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Foote, Judy, Mason, Mills, Thomas Walsh. The day, important business, Representatives Bourras, Bill Boyd, Bucco, Cambrils, Cascaden, Cole, Damon Ford, Lloyd, Wayne McDonald, McLean, O'Hara, Jeffrey Smith. The day, illness in the family, Representative Tellez.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Caitlin Kazansky, guest of Representative Trelevin, Krishna Sarayu, Debbie and Vikas Manjapudi, and Johannes Santosh Maynard Krujapudi, husband, daughter, daughter-in-law, and son of Representative Manjapudi. David Jones and Hansen Lou Jones, guests of Representatives Alicia and Tony Lekis. Brendan and Sean Hopper, Anna and Sophia Hamill, Damon Hess and Lee Ruddock, family of the former member from Ware, the Honorable Gary Hopper, guest of Representative Cushman. Sarah and Peter Lyon, parents of the singers, guest of the House. Members of the Epping Senior Center, guests of Representative Alone. Groups from the Raymond Coalition for Youth, Communities for Alcohol and Drug-Free Youth, Partnership for Drug-Free Youth of Laconia, and Franklin Partners in Prevention, guests of Representatives Tim Cahill, Pratt, and Lily Walsh. Representative-elect Chuck Grassi, guest of Representative Fitzpatrick. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Chair recognizes a member from Ware, Representative Cushman, for memorial marks for former member from Ware, the Honorable Gary Hopper.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Gary Hopper was born in Medford, Massachusetts on January 5th, 1957, to parents Michael and Betty. He graduated from Neshoba High School in Bolton, Mass. Gary worked a career as a toolmaker and a machinist for about 30 years. His wife, Brenda, was a teacher, and they shared 43 years of marriage together. They raised two beautiful children, Anna and Sean. Gary was also a wonderful grandfather to his 5 grandchildren and great-granddaughter. Gary loved the Lord. He was a member of the Congregational Church of Goffstown for over 30 years. A light unto others in every way, he was always willing to help people in their time of need. He was a true servant of Christ. I enjoyed talking about God with Gary. He always explained aspects of God's nature in simple terms that were so encouraging and inspiring of deeper meditation. Gary was down to earth. As a young man, he had dealt with vices. As an older man, he didn't pretend to be anything other than who he was. And he helped others with their vices. He had a certain relaxed demeanor that made it easy to talk to him. He had a joy for life. That, combined with a sense of humor unrivaled, are 2 key traits that made Gary so likable. Gary was a great mentor and a great friend. I jokingly called him my adopted grandpa, and he said that that was awesome because it was a compliment and an insult at the same time. The Honorable Gary Hopper served our state as a representative from 2008 to 2022. That's 7 terms. During that time, he represented the towns of Goffstown, Ware, and Deering. Issues of particular importance to Gary were the right to life, the right to bear arms, and stopping human trafficking. Representative Hopper served as the chair of Fish and Game and on the Judiciary and Criminal Justice Committees. In this chamber, he had many friends on both sides of the aisle. In 2005, when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Suzette Kilo's house could be taken by eminent domain, not for schools, hospitals, or highways, but for tax reasons, there was outrage. One of the justices lived in Ware at the time, and under Gary's leadership, the locals banded together to take the justice's house by eminent domain. The town needed a new hotel that would bring tax revenue, and that location was perfect. News media from all over the world covered the bid to take the justice's house. In the end, the bid was unsuccessful, but because of Gary's work, the world wouldn't soon forget what happened. Afterward, 44 state legislatures, including New Hampshire's, changed their constitutions in various ways in an effort to make sure that this never happens to a private citizen ever again. Gary certainly left a mark. Everybody knew him for whistling the Jeopardy theme song. Many remember his speech about parrot troopers. That was before my time here. I remember how at the Bedford Sportsplex, he would always give me his granola bars because he was allergic to nuts. He and the Honorable Susan DeLemis would sing the national anthem together along with whoever was performing it, and it always made me smile. He often would ask to carpool with me because we would get out late and his eyes weren't so great. Driving at night was difficult for him. I obliged, but I never told him that my eyes aren't so great either. One time, I saw Gary's wife, Brenda, driving in Goffstown, and I pulled over to say hi. Gary messaged me later that day and said, "You're stalking my wife?" I told him I saw her at Rite Aid, and I pulled over to say hi. He said, "This is why I told her she needs a gun." When Gary became sick, I was worried. He texted me telling me that his cancer was too intertwined with multiple organs and surgery was not an option. "I'm opting for kamikaze nanoparticles," he said. I later understood this to mean that he was having targeted cancer therapy. At one point, our friend was told by doctors that he only had 2 months to live. By the grace of God, his cancer markers decreased and he was given more time to be with his family. He felt a little better and he returned to Rock, Paper, Hand Grenades temporarily, a show that he co-hosted since 2011 with a couple of co-hosts and most recently Joshua Solomon. He joined some Republicans in Ware for sign waving during campaign season and made appearances at the polls. He cast his final vote in the first election in 14 years that didn't feature his name on the general ballot. Several months later, on February 12, 2023, God finally ended Gary's suffering and called him home to the kingdom of heaven. So today, the New Hampshire House of Representatives remembers the Honorable Gary Hopper. We thank him for his years of service to the Granite State. We thank his wife, Brenda, and the rest of his family, some of whom are here in the gallery today, for supporting him in his service for all those years. And we ask God to bring comfort and encouragement to all who knew and loved Gary, and that his memory lives on. If you would now, in remembrance of Representative Hopper, would you please stand and join me in a moment of whistling the Jeopardy theme song? Thank you.
For what reason did member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the memorial remarks for the honorable representative be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The House will now attend. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 498, removed by Representatives Hull, Cushman, Spillane, Dan McGuire, Bernardi, Papavici Mueller, Hines, Prout, Comtois, and Harrington. From the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, House Bill 598, removed by Representatives Sheehan, Diane Kelly, Healy, Nelson, Hobson, Boehm, Alicia Lekis, Spillane, Dan McGuire, and Gerhard. From the Committee on State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, H.R. 7, removed by Representatives Petrigno, Siebert, Baldwin, Muse, Newell, Bouchard, Alessandra Murray, Damon, Morse, and Leclerc. From the Committee on State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, H.R. 16, removed by Representatives Gerhard, Ellen Reed, Wheeler, Santanastaso, Hines, Horrigan, Diane Kelly, McCarter, Yokella, and Papavici Mueller.
Are there any bills to be removed from consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Under House Rules, in the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, HB 46FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. In the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, HB 397 is referred to the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And from the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, HB 269 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Chair recognizes Representative Nada for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to move House Bill 20 to the first order of business today, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
You may speak to your motion.
The family of our late speaker, Dick Hinch, is in the gallery today, and since this bill pertains to him, it would be nice if they can watch the proceedings in person. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to special order. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it by the necessary 2/3. 3/5. Okay. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 20, an act naming a bridge in the town of Merrimack for the Honorable Richard Dick Hinch. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. It's in a bill Boyd for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McConkey.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having a chance to honor one of our own who served in this body is unique, and my honor to stand before you and his family this morning. My fondest memories of Richard, or as we knew him, Dick Hinch, was no matter what time of day when I ran into him, was his infectious smile. He extended his hand out to shake your hand, and the first thing before I could say anything, he would ask how I was doing on that given day. We were very fortunate to have Dick Hinch in our presence, and it's an honor again to be here for Public Works and Highways to name a bill in his honor. I would like to read a prepared items for the family. I know you all have them before you. This bill names the Bedford Road Bridge, which crosses the Babusick Brook in Merrimack after our former House Speaker, Dick Hinch, a proud graduate of Marblehead High School and Salem State University, and an even prouder veteran of the United States Navy. Dick was a man who dedicated his life to service to others in the communities of Merrimack. His numerous charitable events include the Nashua Soup Kitchen, Children of Fallen Patriots, the Liberty House. His civic work in Merrimack included stints with the Merrimack Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, and Lions Club. He remained active to the Merrimack American Legion and Veteran of Foreign War Posts. Most importantly, his admirable commitment to governing our town is particularly noteworthy. Budget Committee, Solid Waste, Library, Development and Marking, Zoning Board of Adjustment, Chair of our former Development and Marketing, Zoning Board of Adjustment, and 6 terms as a member of the New Hampshire General Court, culminating in the election of Speaker of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, highlights his commitment to serving others and getting the best outcome possible. Dick's final words as Speaker of the New Hampshire House of Representatives personifies the essence of his true character and of his humanity. We have many different ideas, but we want to do what we believe is right, and there is nothing political and partisan about that. The naming of the Bedford Road Bridge in honor of Richard Dick Hinch will serve as his legacy to the town of Merrimack, a veteran reminder of his services to Merrimack built bridges for the community and for the Granite State. I ask that you support the Public Works and Highways by pressing the green button.
The motion before us is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 20. Representative McConkey requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. If you haven't turned your station on, turn them on. The motion before us, the ought to pass motion on House Bill 20. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. $356 voting yea, 4 voting nay. Before we go on to the regular calendar, I'd just like to take a moment of personal privilege myself. First of all, I want to recognize Pat, his wife, and Kelly, his daughter, in the gallery up above. Pat and Kelly. House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 459 FN, Act relative to transactions exempt from the regulation of business practices for consumer protection, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution, that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Keith Ammon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Merle Gibbs from the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 531 FN, Act relative to the taxation of tobacco and nicotine products. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jane Bolio for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Stringham to speak against the committee report.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask this body to vote no on the committee recommendation of ITL and instead pass the amendment in your seat pocket. House Bill 531 deals with tobacco and nicotine taxes, which represent about 10% of our annual funds raised in the Granite State. House Bill 531 was written to make sure that our rates are competitive in the region. By adjusting rates to even 8% below other states, all other states in the region, we would raise about $20 million. It would raise some tax rates and it would lower at least one other. House Bill 531 was also written in part to engage those in the front line in the trenches. In New Hampshire, we have 10,000 or more of them. They are our state employees. The inspiration for me came from reading an article in the New York Times in November 2022, which dealt with online sports gambling passed by the legislature in 2018 to 2020. Let me quote from the article. It says, "Today, 31 states permit sports gambling online. The gambling industry pressed states to set tax rates low on sports betting, warning that if states push the rates too high, sports fans would turn to the black market to place bets on unregulated sites." Still quoting, those warnings were misplaced. Some states, including New York and New Hampshire, ignored the industry's advice and instead installed the highest rates on betting. They have seen bets placed at a higher rate per capita than the low rate states. Well, the New York Times didn't get it completely right. In New Hampshire, the Lottery Commission formed a joint venture with an online sports betting company. Ways and Means didn't create a low tax. We followed the employees' lead and formed a partnership which yields a take of over 50% of the amount bet portioned for payouts. The monies we've raised have helped offset other tax rates changes in the state. Another example of a sin tax where the effective tax is largely set by employees with our oversight is alcohol. The effective tax rate for hard liquor, like a bottle of Tito's, is set by the state-run liquor store through the price over the amount they charge. The Liquor Commission makes hundreds of these decisions every day without the legislature micromanaging them and setting an exact amount above the cost that they can charge. Setting a proper method for taxation and tax rate isn't easy, and the importance of the revenue, largely from cigarette tax, is critical. Unlike other tax, part of the role of sin tax is to discourage use of the item. The American Heart Association and the American Cancer Society have called for us to raise cigarette taxes by at least $1 per pack. These offsetting public health and state revenue concerns are challenging for groups like Ways and Means. Still, I recognize there were concerns that some of the rates, just by changing by 8%, down to 8% below, may represent a burden, which is in particular the vaping tax, which is 8% in the state of New Hampshire, and all of our surrounding states have a rate no lower than 44%. A difference like that is reason enough for Ways and Means to take a look at it to see if we're getting it right. But the bill, even after the amendment, still also includes engagement about the use of tobacco funds, including the very important tobacco settlement funds. There are other opportunities than what we do. For example, in North Carolina, they have a program called Golden Leaf. The Golden Leaf Fund has supplied over $55 million in higher education grants in combination with their legislature. So the information provided by the report that would be an output of the amendment would enable discussions with Ways and Means to see if the portion of the funds could be better aligned. So this is a two-committee bill at this point, which would go to Ways and Means should the amendment pass. Without House Bill 531 in any form, Ways and Means will have no bills related to tobacco and nicotine, aside from the premium cigar bill they have, to serve as a vehicle for better policy. So therefore, I ask you to please vote no on the motion to ITL, so that the motion, the amendment can be voted on, which would just create a report and allow Ways and Means to chime in on nicotine and tobacco policy. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt. Speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Commerce Committee is a policy committee, and we were looking at it as a policy, not at the actual tax rates. The policy being that we were going to set in statute that we would be requiring monitoring of other states did not seem appropriate for legislation. It seems that that is something that the Ways and Means Committee has done historically over the years. They don't need a bill to do it. They can do it when they set the tax rates, when we come up with the budget review. So the Commerce Committee almost overwhelmingly voted to make this bill inexpedient.
Representative Senator Tasto has called for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. Are you ready for the question on the motion before us, inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 531? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 639 FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator John Hunt from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lilly Walsh for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0543H, printed in House Record 12, pages 57 through 72. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. The majority report. Chair recognizes Representative Lilly Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out against the passage of House Bill 639. This bill will create an addiction for profit industry in our beautiful state. This bill does not contribute to the common good. It puts profits ahead of public health and safety. It will create bigger government, putting an added burden on our taxpayers. The health, safety, and economic harms will far outweigh the perceived social benefits. The costs of legalization of cannabis will far outweigh any profits due to increased health care obligations, due to addiction, and increased law enforcement due to collisions, fatalities, and ambulance calls. The commercialization model is collapsing. Every state that has legalized cannabis has an exploding black market. Indeed, the black market's price will always be lower than New Hampshire's. Legalization of cannabis should not be a political issue. It's a public health and safety issue. Virtually every medical and psychiatric association in New Hampshire strongly opposes legalization and commercialization. The National Academy of Sciences states the opioid crisis is worsening where cannabis is legal. Our Senator Jean Shaheen stated, "I don't support legalizing marijuana. We're in the middle of an opioid epidemic, and the research that I've seen suggests that it is a way that more people get into drugs." The Veterans Administration is on record stating there is no evidence that cannabis is an effective treatment for PTSD. New Hampshire has no limit for cannabis intoxication, and therefore operators are not charged with DUI by cannabis in regards to fatal crashes. Maybe that's why the billboards advertising for Amazon drivers in New Hampshire state that they do not test for cannabis. Voting for this bill will usher in intoxicated truck drivers, bus drivers, tractor-trailer drivers, and beyond. Don't be fooled by the addiction for profit industry that claim tax revenue will solve all our budget problems. My colleagues, I implore you, do not vote for this bill. It will change our state in unimaginable ways, none of which promote the common good. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for you to join me and vote no on House Bill 639 and press the red button. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
No, I do not.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also in opposition to the bill. Marijuana is another gateway drug like alcohol. Talk to many addicts. They say they started either with alcohol or marijuana, then moved to other drugs they needed to get higher. I see there are two reasons people drink alcohol. Either they like the taste, and I'm with that, or they need the drink to cope with their life. Other than medical marijuana, but more on that later, the only reason to smoke or eat cannabis is to get high, to cope with your life. And if marijuana doesn't work, you can always move up to cocaine. Wonder when we will start pushing that. Some years ago, Harvard Medical came out with a study showing that marijuana causes brain damage in people under 21. So let's make it easier for children to get it. I was in high school in the military in the 60s. For those that remember or heard of that period, it was filled with marijuana and other drugs. Hippies, flower children, Woodstock, etc.
House will be in order.
My high was going to parties and watching people make complete fools of themselves or worse. Luckily, we didn't have smartphones and social media then. I never smoked marijuana or took those other drugs. They were all readily available, but a lot of us were too smart to follow in that crowd. And for the record, I did not live a sheltered life. I was completely much on my own since I was 15. I disowned my father and completely left home when I was 17. And for those that even today makes excuses for themselves because of their life, I say, you make your own life. Let's say you get stopped while driving and it looks like a DUI. For alcohol, it can be proven, breath or alcohol. It cannot be determined for marijuana. It will be subjective. The police, it will be in your blood for maybe 2 weeks. For marijuana, the police officer will subjectively prove you under the influence. May even say, he or she may even say, they smelled marijuana. Just like any profession, there are bad cops, bad lawyers, bad state reps, etc., etc. And with legalizing it, you will have more marijuana DUIs as new people will now use it. And at my age, we'll have a problem walking a straight line anyway. Maybe the marijuana lobby would spend their money working on a non-subjective way of determining if someone is under the influence. And interesting, I don't know about the surveys, but I never had anyone asking me if I wanted to legalize marijuana in a survey. And I've answered questions in debates, etc., that I was against it. And I know of reps that ran on opposing it. And it appears even in other states that have legalized it, it's cheaper on the street. The black market will get worse. Now 21-year-olds can legally buy it and then sell it to their underage friends. And at one time in my life, I believed that everything should be legal. I thought I should be able to go to a drugstore and get medicine for what ailed me. Why should I go to the doctor? But then I grew up and found out there are stupid people that will injure or kill themselves, putting a financial burden on the rest of us. And where is the state getting an illegal federal substance to sell? Will it be laced with fentanyl? And then will the state be responsible? Now for medical marijuana. I testified on this many years ago here on the House floor. If marijuana is great for some illnesses, then why doesn't Big Pharma sell it? You can get prescriptions then and it'll be a whole lot cheaper. They sell and market every other drug, but then it makes one high again. It will obscure any pain. I remember when medical marijuana became legal in California, a lot of the shops had signs stating, the doctor is in, and for $25 you can get a prescription for marijuana. And by the way, I've taken opioids for pain, broken rib, motorcycle accidents, et cetera, et cetera. And most of those pills ended up in the police boxes and even have not filled prescriptions. So don't blame the doctors. It is your responsibility. But for people in constant pain, let them have what they want. And because every other state is doing it, remember what your mother told you. If everyone just jumps off the bridge, are you going to follow? Also, if legal, we'll be smelling it in the anteroom. Some years ago, you could. Luckily, the perpetrator was arrested for other crimes and went to prison. A year ago, last Friday, those here then remember I ended the governor's speech. On my cable show on Friday, my co-host reminded me of that. The governor called me that day, jokingly said, I know we don't agree on everything, but I do know that I agree with him on this. So it will be vetoed. And don't be intimidated by leadership that is sponsoring this bill. You work for your constituents, not your leadership, and your vote counts the same as theirs. And I vehemently ask that no one call for a roll call. Let us vote our conscience. I will vote no. I vote what's good for the state and constituents. And one last thing. A lot of us this past summer signed a pledge for no new taxes. Isn't paying a tax on something new a new tax? So guess ability to get high sometimes overrides that pledge for some of us. And also, this is another case where you need an ID. So vote no on your pledge and protect our children. Thank you, Mr.
Does the
Speaker.
member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. HB 639 represents good legislation that is the result of the goodwill and diligent work of both political parties. The representative from Auburn stated that what you are looking at here is the result of a number of months of work by an entire coalition of groups and advocates, everything from the business side to the consumer side, the civil rights side to the economic liberty side, as well as the recovery community and the people concerned about child safety. The end result is a bill that may well be the most comprehensive plan that we have seen for legislation of cannabis in New Hampshire. The House Commerce Committee labored to come up with a final version of the amendment that would work for members of both parties and for those who spent months working with the Cannabis Coalition. Under the revised amendment, there will be a Liquor and Cannabis Commission with a second commissioner to oversee the sale and regulation of marijuana and related products. In committee hearings, the consensus was that we should have experienced insurance commissioners overseeing the new cannabis industry to jumpstart this important new industry in New Hampshire. The House Commerce Committee has been a model of bipartisan cooperation this term. We disagree, we debate, and challenge one another. There is now a culture of mutual respect and cooperation. The result has been what we've been able to learn from each other, find common ground, and craft new collaborative solutions. This amendment is the outcome of this work. We can now join other New England states that offer safe, regulated, and profitable cannabis industry to their citizens. This amendment allows us to do it the reasonable way, the responsible way, the innovative way, and the bipartisan way. In committee hearings, the consensus of those who labored on this bill agreed that while they may have not gotten everything that they wanted from this bill, they got what they needed. And that is, to paraphrase the 21st century philosophers Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. I am proud to present this amendment to you on behalf of the hardworking members of both parties who made it possible, and hope you will support not only this innovative bill, but to recognize what we can achieve as a legislature if we are able to work together. I would urge you to vote OTB by pushing the green button that bears the beautiful green color of the cannabis plant. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions? Does a member yield to questions? Member yields. Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm in my fourth term here, and I remember we decriminalized up to a half an ounce of marijuana in the state of New Hampshire. So if the doomsday sky is falling type testimony we're hearing about this bill was to actually occur, wouldn't we have already seen that in the decriminalization of a half an ounce or less of marijuana in the state?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, that we see doom coming?
Yeah. Sorry. So we decriminalized marijuana half an ounce or less in the state.
Right.
So when we hear testimony that it's going to increase addiction, it's going to increase supply, it's going to increase black markets, driving while under the influence and all that, if that was correct, if that was true, wouldn't we already have seen those effects from the previous decriminalization of a half an ounce?
I don't think that we've seen those kinds of negative effects from marijuana in the past, and I don't think we will with the legalization of this bill.
Thank you, Representative. I agree 100%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields. To Marjorie Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my dear colleague for being willing to take my question. I spent a lot of time reading a very, very long amendment that I understand was not presented to the Commerce Committee until the very last moment by the distinguished chair of the committee. I am puzzled about one central point, and I wonder if you can help me. When the Liquor Commission was created as an enterprise operation, it was to free the Liquor Commission from any unnecessary oversight by the legislature and other oversight responsibilities. And I am really curious about why, given how difficult this situation is, you would agree to give to the Liquor Commission the responsibility for figuring out how we're going to make a success out of this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the question. I think, again, this was a delicate dance and negotiation. There were those on the committee who did not feel that the Liquor Commission was the appropriate vehicle to oversee this. There were some, including those on the Cannabis Commission, who thought that it would be more appropriate to have a separate, the Liquor Commission to oversee it. They thought it would be more appropriate to have a Cannabis Commission oversee it. And again, this was one of the things that we felt that we needed to compromise because we felt it was more important to get this bill passed and to have cannabis legalized in the state.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. The body just heard a couple of comments from speakers before you to the effect of this would create dangerous bus drivers, dangerous truck drivers. Were you aware, as I am, as a commercially licensed driver myself, that in fact, all of those positions require a commercial driver's license, and that is done by the federal DOT, which requires a drug test, including marijuana test, in order to get said license, and a yearly test by your employer. And if you fail it, not only do you lose your job, you also lose that license and any ability to hold a future commercial job. Were you aware?
I was not fully aware of all that, but I appreciate the clarification.
Chair recognizes Representative Dyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's Representative Dry. Fellow representatives, I rise in opposition to House Bill 639. When Vermont was considering legalizing recreational marijuana back in 2016, I wrote an op-ed for the local paper, and I asked this hypothetical question. If marijuana is legalized before a legal standard for impairment is established, wouldn't it be a shame if the state could not convict someone, especially in the case of an accident, injury, or fatality, because there was no standard of proof? The question didn't stay hypothetical very long. In September 2018, Keith Cushman of Lebanon consumed marijuana, got in his truck, and drove at high speed into the ledges along Interstate 91 in Norwich, Vermont. He injured himself and he killed Theodore Haley, his passenger. All Cushman received was a suspended sentence. How come? It's easy to convict someone who's driving intoxicated because a legal limit exists, 0.08, and there is a way to test that number, a blood test, that will stand up in court as evidence. It doesn't work that way with marijuana. There is no legal standard for impairment. Some police officers are trained as drug recognition experts to help make them more credible witnesses in court, but not every officer is a DRE. In fact, in Cushman's case, the DRE could only partially evaluate him because of his injuries. The state would have had trouble proving a felony DUI against him because Vermont did not have objective roadside tests for impairment for anything other than alcohol. Haley's family called it insane that the state pushed for legalizing marijuana without such a test in place. It's more than that. Voting to legalize a drug for recreational use without giving police the tools they need to arrest and prosecute impaired drivers is indefensible. The hypothetical is now real. Theodore Haley died. Keith Cushman served no jail term. It is a shame that the state could not improve impairment because it lacked a standard of proof. His life was worth more than that, Haley's father said. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let's not make the same mistake that Vermont did. Because of there was no standard of proof, Keith Cushman walked free, even though his actions caused Theodore Haley to pay with his life. Please vote no on House Bill 639.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Tim Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored colleagues, distinguished guests, I rise today in total opposition of this bill. I could stand up here right now and talk about all the statistics from all the other states that have legalized marijuana and are selling it in their states, and all the reasons that it is wrong for New Hampshire. But instead, I'm going to remind you of where you are. This is New Hampshire. We are the leaders of our nation. Our Constitution set the standard. We have Mount Washington. We have 18.75 miles of coastline. We have the Connecticut Valley. But our most important resource is our people. And this bill puts our people in jeopardy. I rise today to keep a promise. I promised my constituents that I would oppose marijuana legislation, and they overwhelmingly elected me in my town. I stand right now today to represent the voices of everyone in this state touched by the opioid epidemic and the deaths of their family members that have occurred from it. I rise for them and to keep a promise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill and the amendment. And the reason I do so is because what the Commerce Committee attempted to do was to try to create a balanced bill that will address the issues that we have heard over the years in terms of the legalization of marijuana. Obviously, we can't solve some of the testing problems or some of the other issues that may occur. And I understand why people may not want to vote for marijuana. But the issue that we had in Commerce was, if we're going to do this, how do we ensure that our citizens are getting it safely? And when we look at the safety issue, the Commerce Committee is also the Liquor Commission Committee. Along with the Liquor Commission is tobacco. Many people don't know how much our enforcers are actually responsible for ensuring that tobacco is not sold to anyone under 18-21. What I want to say is that it made sense to not reinvent the wheel and create a new commission that had an advisory board that was political. Right in the public hearings, people were wanting to add more people to this commission. What Commerce did is say, we're going to take a model that we are successful with here in New Hampshire and repeat it. And therefore, we chose the Liquor Commission to be the regulatory body. They have the hearings officers. They have Group 2 officers who are entitled to go in and making sure that underage people will not be able to buy this product. We are requiring the licensees to be heavily regulated in terms of who they sell to, and also what they sell. It has to be tested by a third-party group that will be certified by the state. So yes, it is true that this bill was modeled after the Liquor Commission and some question about the modernization. Well, the key element of the modernization was that the legislature should not be telling every little nuance, that the Liquor Commission has public hearings process, and if you read this bill, you'll never see more rulemaking than you ever see in any other statute. The commission is capable of doing this, and more importantly, they're capable of doing it safely and ensuring that we take care of New Hampshire's citizen number one priority, which is not to allow marijuana in the hands of younger age people. So I urge you to please support this bill. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. A roll. Representative Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members will be in their seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended the majority report on House Bill 639. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Terry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Commerce Committee heard testimony opposing this bill from representatives of two of our state's most important constituencies, namely the head of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, who detailed the already numerous and growing threats to public safety connected to the use of cannabis, and a brave young woman and student at Raymond High School who described the already rampant use of cannabis by those among our state's school population, And if I know that, according to the testimony of the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, all states that accompanied Colorado on the path of legalization have now emerged as the states with the highest percentage of youth users, well above the national average, and that, quote, in Colorado for teens, marijuana is the most common drug found in toxicology of those who die by suicide, and that, quote, there is no state...
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
If I know there is no state that legalized the use of possession of cannabis that has been able to pay for it, and if I know that in every state where the possession and use of cannabis was legalized, the illicit growing, sale, and distribution of cannabis has proliferated, and if I know that this body has been entrusted with the sacred duty and obligation to provide protection for all of our citizens, but particularly and especially the most vulnerable of us again, and again, if I know, namely, our children who look to us...
But Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech. It's usually about 15 seconds.
If I know all of the things that I know and that I cannot say, regrettably, Mr. Speaker, would I not vote no on the motion of OTP on HB 639 FNA so that another motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that you have all made up your minds, and if I know that good things happen when it's the third time, and if I know I want to make sure that New Hampshire citizens don't have to go out of state to practice live free or die, will I now vote yes on the pending motion?
House will be in order. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 639. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
I can't see Representative Lanza. Thank you. Representative Lanza? Thank you.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 234 voting yea, 127 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Senator Richards declared a conflict and did not participate. This bill is being sent to Ways and Means. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 504 FN. Act relative. House will be in order. An act relative to the Adult Parole Board in making an appropriation, therefore, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Karen Reed for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the committee report is adopted, and the bill is going to finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 272 FN, an act increasing charter public school per pupil funding. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the committee. The amendment is 0223H, printed in House Record 12, pages 41. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
It's a division.
Just him. The motion before us is to pass with amendment on House Bill 272 FN. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Myler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the per pupil grants for public charter schools has not been increased in 5 years, and if I know that the original grant proposal was reduced from $1,500 to $1,000, if I know that the Education Committee looked at the need to increase funding for public charter schools as well as public schools in House Bill 539 and concluded that there was a need for both, and finally, if I know that 9 charter schools have closed due to fiscal constraints, if I understand these issues, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button and support the strong bipartisan affirmative vote on HB 272? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to pass with amendment on House Bill 272 FN. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you oppose, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Calabro. Representative Hunt. Representative Katz-Cortez. Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 348 voting yea, 11 voting nay. I don't think I have to vote on this one. Committee report is adopted and it's on its way to finance. The Committee on Education, to which I was referred, House Bill 492 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to provide the House and Senate standing committees responsible for education with copies of the laws, rules relative to education. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the committee. The amendment is 0151H, printed in House Record 12, page 54. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 529 FNA Local, an act relative to additional aid grants for schools based on free and reduced price meals and fiscal capacity disparity. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Rick Ladd for the committee. The amendment is 0544H, printed in House Record 12, pages 55 through 56. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We have a request for a roll call by Representative Senator Natasto. That's sufficiently seconded. It is not sufficiently seconded. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments Administration, to which was referred House Bill 250 FN, act relative to the accidental death benefit payable to a Group 2 member. Then consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Matthew Simon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Chris True from the minority of the committee. Senator Tasto has requested a parliamentary inquiry, a roll call, and is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 250. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Senator Tasto for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill downshifts costs to towns in violation of Article 28A of the New Hampshire Constitution, and if I know that Group 2 members already receive $100,000 from the general fund, their families receive that money for death benefit and already get 50% earnable compensation, and if I know that money doesn't undo a death, and this is just feel-good legislation, then would I press the red button failing this motion so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative O'Brien for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know currently a member who is retired, and if they choose the right option, can pick the option to get 100% for the surviving spouse, and if I also currently know that, and I thank my higher power, that there are only 6 people in the state, firefighters and police officers, who have been killed in the line of duty that are now receiving this particular benefit. And finally, if I know that the intention of this to go to 100% isn't really somebody on the high end, but I'm talking about the firefighter or the police officer just starting their career, the ones that are using the cardboard box the TV came in as a coffee table with the drape on it like I did. Those are the people that are going to need the protection if they should ever get called upon to make the supreme sacrifice. Then when I press the green button, thank you.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 250. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 260 voting yea, 103 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and this is on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments Administration, to which was referred House Bill 436 FN Local, Act relative to Group 2 retirement under transition provisions in the retirement system. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation is bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Matthew Simon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew Simon and Tasto for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0483H, printed in House Record 12, pages 47 through 53. Are you ready for a question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I've combined 3 or 4 of my speeches into just one speech that speaks against the committee report of OTPA on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill replaces the pension reforms of 2011. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that the projected cost of this bill was stated to be $250 million. I also know that the small group of people this bill is written for consists of only 1,731 people. And I know that this class of 1,731 represents 1/10,000th of 1% of the New Hampshire population. Mr. Speaker, I know that the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 10, states that government, being instituted for the common good, common benefit, protection, and security of the whole community, and not for the private interest or emolument of any one man, family, or class of men. In closing, please allow me to quote from one of our country's greatest acid rock, garage punk singers of all time, Taylor Swift. It was the best of times, it was the worst of crimes. Taylor Swift felt like she was in a speeding getaway car. I feel like I'm in a speeding runaway train, and there's nothing I am able to do. I'm not able to do anything about it. I believe that a bill written for such an infinitesimal percent of our population is not instituted for the common good, nor is it instituted for the whole community. And thus, I feel this bill goes against the New Hampshire Constitution. I ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of HB 436. It's a complicated bill, and so I will do my best to convey to the general court some of its intricacies. What I would like to start with is just explaining kind of the background history of how this situation came to be. Back in the early 2000s, pension systems across the country started running into problems because they weren't funded appropriately. Legislation that had been passed in all of those states left us in a situation where we could not meet all of the obligations of the retirement system over the course of the life of the people who were in them. So in 2011, New Hampshire, not being an exception to that rule, got a group of legislators together to try to address the issue. And on the whole, I think that they did a fantastic job. We were possibly running into insolvency. They made a lot of decisions that really shored things up. So three things contributed to the shortfall. First, we weren't funding the program appropriately. Secondly, at the same time, the federal government released new mortality tables that said that people were living longer. And since people were living longer, their calculations needed to go out further, which meant that the funds that we had we thought were going to be enough, weren't going to be enough because it was going to be spread out over a long period of time. The third was, if we all remember correctly, after 2008, there was a huge downturn in the stock market, meaning the value of our savings to go towards the pension program was now worth less than it had been previously. So those three things contributed to what we now have as the unfunded liability of the New Hampshire retirement system. So in order to address that, one of the things that we did back in 2011 is we changed the calculation of benefits for people in the New Hampshire retirement system. It used to be your best 3 years average times the years that you were employed times a 2.5% multiplier. The new plan changed to your best 5 years and the time that you have the number of years you've been employed, and the multiplier changed down to get down to 2% eventually. So what we ended up with is the decision of we have to change the plan, we have to change the benefits so that we can afford to make sure that people get their benefits in the future. Where I depart from the people who made the decisions in 2011 is simply this: when do you implement the new benefits calculation? They decided to do it basically at the point of vestment. Vestment is when somebody who's in the retirement system now is locked in, they definitely get a benefit. In New Hampshire, even though it wasn't in statute, this puts it in statute, we always operated as if it was 10 years. So you had to work 10 years for New Hampshire retirement system 2, group 2, in order to receive a definite benefit, retirement benefit for the rest of your life. If you hadn't reached that 10-year mark, what we did in 2011 is we changed the calculations for people who had already been working for nine and a half years but were not yet vested. Every other state just made the changes from that point forward, new hires forward. Instead of just making the change for new hires forward, we went and we said, no, if you're not vested, meaning you could have worked 1 year, you could have worked 5 years, you could have worked 9.5 years, you were going on to a transitionary benefit calculation plan that was not the one that you agreed to when you signed on. So my concern with this, my problem with this is simply this. Those men and women who had dedicated their services in criminal justice, in fire, and in police dedicated their time, and they dedicated their money. They have to pay into the system with the understanding that they were going to get a specific benefit for the time and the money that they put in. And unlike other retirement systems, unlike other pension systems, New Hampshire's retirement system is in statute. It's encoded in law. It's not a general contract like you typically get somewhere else. If you went to the law said, you put in your time, you put in your money, this is what the state of New Hampshire will do for you. And we went back and we retroactively changed that law to affect people who joined and started their employment with a different understanding. And I just think from a moral, ethical standpoint, that's not the right way to do things. It has created a drop in morale among our Group 2 members. It has dropped our morale and our ability to hire new members. We have heard testimony that if we're willing to pass this bill, which essentially rolls back year after year, people from the transitionary compensation system back to the original one that they had when they were hired. It'll be a 10-year process. Every year a new group will be rolled in. We will have the ability to retain people for longer. And because their benefit package will go up, they're incentivized to stay even longer still. They might stay 2, 3, 4, 5 more years. And when we're already short-staffed in those areas like criminal justice, areas like police, areas like fire, we can't really afford to lose more people out of that system. It will boost morale again, and it will help us to retain workers in that way as well. So I would just urge the general court to press the green button and support the majority opinion of ED&A and pass HB 436. Thank you.
Representative Sano Natasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority committee report of auto pass as amended on House Bill 436. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative True for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would have us spend an average of about $150,000 per person for a very specific group of 1,731 mostly municipal employees, and if I know this specific group has a superior pensions to the newer employees in the same jobs, and if I know that this matter has already been adjudicated by the New Hampshire Supreme Court, would I now push the red button to defeat the pending motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have a massive problem with recruitment and retention among our Group 2 workers, that is police, fire, and corrections, and if I know that we have heard testimony that a significant cause of that trouble is the decreased pension benefits, in particular the benefits for those who were employed but not vested in 2011. And if I believe that the money we're putting into this from the general fund will relieve some of our recruitment and retention problems, would I not press the green button?
Motion before us is a majority committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 436. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 282 voting yea, 80 voting nay. Committee report's adopted, and it's on its way to finance. And Representative Raymond declared a conflict and it did not participate in the vote. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 571 FNA, relative to the cost of living adjustments for certain Group 2 retirees in the New Hampshire retirement system. This comes to before us without recommendation. Representative Goley moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 571. The purpose of a COLA is essentially to allow people in the retirement system to keep up with the difficulties of inflation. And so from my perspective, the reason to give a COLA is to help the people who are in the most need, who are suffering the most under the weight of inflation, to get the help that they need to be able to pay their bills. And I just want to give you a few reasons why I think 571 is an inadequate bill to accomplish that task. Outside of the New Hampshire retirement system, the closest comparative system is Social Security. And even in the minority report, some comparison between the New Hampshire retirement system and Social Security was made, stating that Social Security members get COLAs. They recently received a COLA. But I just want to make sure that the body is informed of the difference between Social Security and the New Hampshire retirement system, at least as well as I can. The New Hampshire retirement system is a little bit of a rabbit hole, and the more you go down, the more complicated it gets. However, if I were to take the first group of retirees, 2013, that would benefit from this COLA, the average pension for firefighters coming out of that group in 2013 was $57,231. That is a pension that they will receive annually from now until they die, and then surviving spouse as well. So that would be their average benefit. For these particular people, it's their 3 best years average to get to use as their multiplier. For Social Security, they use your best 35 years. And it is inflation adjusted. To be fair, it is inflation adjusted. But there's a cap, there's a max that you can contribute to in Social Security year after year. If you max out that table for 35 years and you retire right now, the maximum benefit that you can get inflation adjusted through Social Security is $43,000 and change. So the average firefighter in 2013 that's looking for a COLA is already receiving $14,000 more than the maximum Social Security benefit if you max out the table is going to receive. So it's comparing apples and oranges. The other thing that I would say about it is if you retire in Group 2, you can start receiving benefits at the age of 52. Whereas everybody else, if you want to receive your full Social Security benefit, you have to wait until you're 67. So if you're receiving $57,000 a year from the age of 52 to the age of 67, you're going to accrue $858,000 worth of retirement benefits before anybody else is even able to start collecting. That being said, once you start collecting your Social Security benefits, if you've maxed out the table, if you're getting the maximum benefit that you can, you'll be in your 90s before you hit that $858,000 mark. So that means because our average lifespan is about 82, most firefighters from that year will receive more in retirement benefits before everyone else starts collecting than everyone else will receive before they die. And so if we're looking to give a COLA to people who need it the most on a wide scale, I don't think that this bill hits the mark. But I'll argue one more thing. Even if we're just dealing with Group 2 members, this bill misses the mark. The bill gives a 5% COLA for up to the first $50,000 of benefit for a Group 2 retiree if they've been retired for 10 to 20 years. It gives a 10% COLA to people up to $50,000 a year if they've been retired for 20 years or more. What does that mean? Well, if we take the highest recipient of a pension from that 10-year group, that would be a $136,000 a year pension for a retired police chief. That retired police chief already getting a $136,000 pension, if he's been retired for 10 years, will get a $2,500 increase. If you have a $30,000 pension in the same group, you'll get a $1,500 increase year over year. So the person who's making $110,000 more is going to get a larger benefit out of this bill than the person who's receiving $100,000 less. If we're trying to get help to the people who need it most, this bill fails miserably. So for those reasons, I just urge the members of the General Court to press the red button and find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Senator Tasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The question before us is I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself here. The chair recognizes Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues. Group 2 members currently pay into the retirement system as well as the employers. The one thing Group 2 members do not get is Social Security. And you need to remember that. And if they do, for some reason, get enough quarters in Social Security by working a side job, the Windfall Exemption Act can take as much as 90% of what they are entitled to away. So they do not see the benefits of Social Security even though they pay into it. So what this bill would do is provide a COLA of 5% on the first $50,000 on any Group 2 member, police, fire, corrections, part of the New Hampshire retirement system, or beneficiary of that individual, who has been retired at least 10 years, but less than 20. It would provide a 10% COLA on the first $50,000 for those who have been retired more than 20 years or longer, as of July 1st, 2023. As most of you know, the latest COLA for Social Security was 8.7% this year. And Group 2 members don't get that Social Security. If they do, it's a very limited basis, like I just explained. We also had testimony that since the inception of the retirement system in 1967 and up until 1983, COLAs would be granted by the legislature and funded by the general fund. Then, in 1983, the legislature codified the funding of the COLAs, establishing the special account. And in the RSAs, stated that the special account shall be used only to fund or partially fund additional benefits for retired members of the retirement system. So it has been part of the system when it was established. And in the early 90s, the legislature made changes to the special account and stipulated first to provide supplemental allowances or COLAs pursuant to RSA 100A:41A. before any other benefit could be funded from the special account. Then we go to 2012, and we hear about all the changes made in the system, and the legislature got rid of the special account and the funding source for future COLAs. So I stand here before you today asking that, knowing that the legislature in the past funded retiree COLAs, and knowing that retiree COLAs are necessary to help keep up with the cost of inflation, then would I press the green button and vote for this? Thank you.
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 571. Oh, does member yield to questions? Member does not yield. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 571. This will be a division vote. Chair recognizes Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, which creates a cost of living increase only for Group 2, is divisive, and if I also know that we granted a COLA 2 years ago to all of the lowest paid retirees in the system from both Group 1 and Group 2, and if I know that this would require $84 million from the general fund, would I not press the red button so that a different motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative O'Brien for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state established a system of paying COLAs to Group 2 retirees since the start of the New Hampshire retirement system way back in 1967, then in 1983, they codified the funding with a special account until 2012, when it was unfortunately eliminated. And if I further know, since that time of granting COLAs has been at the whim of the legislature, with several years passing, even though the federal government has issued increases to Social Security, a benefit Group 2 members do not receive by law. Then, and if you believe as I do, that is the state's responsibility to its NHRS Group 2 members to provide them COLAs in their retirement, and then please vote with me and the majority of the Board of EDA committee members of ought to pass on this bill. For if you say that this is not the right time to fund such an issue, then I must ask when it is. Will you please press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 571. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 167 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Doucette declared a conflict of interest and did not vote, and this is on its way to finance. We're going to do our lunch right now. We got a couple of announcements. Representative Rowley. Members, stay in your seats. We've got a couple of announcements. I've got an announcement about tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ALEC meeting that was going to be across the street has been rescheduled to the end of March right now. So no meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's wondering what's going to happen tomorrow. As of this morning, we've been watching the National Weather Service messaging, not Channel 9. And we are going to continue with our session tomorrow. We're going to do it at 10 o'clock, and we'll try and get everybody out of here we're moving pretty good today, so we'll try and get everybody out of here by like 4 o'clock tomorrow. My intention is to get out of here today between 5 and 6, so everybody has a chance to get home before the bad weather hits. But the National Weather Service has us under 6 inches from Laconia down, pretty much. And I know we're all hardy Granite Staters that 6 inches of snow doesn't mean that much. And in the lower part, below Concord, it's actually 2 to 4. So we will be meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that.
The majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was the House will be in order, to which was referred, House Bill considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation, bill ought to pass with amendment. So Joe Shapiro for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Representative Eric Leon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0160H, printed in House Record 12, page 43. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 282, not because I want to deny care to this population, but because Medicaid is not the solution. Our healthcare system is in crisis, one that is long before COVID, and it was long before the Affordable Care Act. We have a shortage of hospital beds because of systemic problems, and extending Medicaid to pregnant immigrants and their children will not solve the capacity problems. It will shift what is currently charity care to Medicaid care. When that happens, somebody needs to pay. For every person who's getting Medicaid that's paid at a rate that's lower than the hospitals can provide, the cost of private insurance goes up. That cost of private insurance goes up, premiums go up. We shove our families that are living paycheck to paycheck into the Medicaid system because they can no longer afford their own care. We're adding people to lifeboats, and the lifeboats just don't have that space. I love our new neighbors. Having immigrants come to New Hampshire is wonderful. We have families that want to come and build communities, build businesses, build restaurants, and build friendships. Many of these families are getting employment, getting health insurance from their employer. Many others are buying it from the health exchanges. We do have some that aren't able to provide for their care. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather look to charity rather than to expanding government programs. If you've looked around on Facebook, how many people are telling their story and how many people are getting scammed because we want to help each other? People don't know how to help. But if we can direct people that want to help about how to support these endowments or even the direct pay that take immigrants and other people who cannot otherwise provide for their care, we will feel good and we will do good. I know in the legislature, we usually look to the government to solve problems. It's easy because we do government programs, so that's the way that we try and help. But we often miss the people who aren't helped or who are actually harmed when we expand these programs. We need to realize that no matter how compelling it is to try and extend healthcare to people, all we're doing is changing who pays. And all we're doing is sending that cost to other families that are on the margin. We need to stop adding more people to Medicaid. The model is broken. It's costing us all. Please press the red button so that another motion can be made.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bipartisan committee report of ought to pass as amended on HB 282. HB 282 is a simple bill. It will increase health care access to a small group of low-income New Hampshire residents. In 1996, President Clinton's Welfare Reform Act imposed a 5-year waiting period for immigrants to be eligible for a variety of federal benefits. Therefore, many New Hampshire immigrants today, even if they qualify by income, must wait 5 years to be eligible for Medicaid or for CHIP. In 2009, however, the federal government created an option to states to eliminate that 5-year wait for children and for pregnant women who are lawfully residing in the U.S. but not yet citizens. New Hampshire is the only state in the Northeast and one of only 15 states in the whole country that has not taken that option. This bill, if passed, will require New Hampshire to amend the Medicaid state plan to provide coverage for otherwise eligible children and pregnant women. Those considered lawfully residing include those who have recently been granted a green card, asylum applicants, those on temporary protected status, and victims of domestic violence. It should be clear that this bill will result in health care coverage for a small number of lawfully residing New Hampshire immigrants. It does not apply to undocumented immigrants. The LBA estimates that in the first year, health care will be provided to approximately 300 people at a cost of just over $200,000 a year. Access to prenatal care and regular health care for children is an important investment in public health and will save money through prevention and timely diagnosis. Lack of or delayed prenatal care is associated with low birth weight and multiple maternal and childhood medical conditions. When enacted, this bill will reduce uncompensated care for healthcare providers who are already stressed. This includes our federally qualified health centers, who serve thousands of uninsured and small rural hospitals that struggle to maintain labor and delivery services. While there will be a cost for easing Medicaid and CHIP eligibility, the federal government will pick up much of it. Eliminating the 5-year wait for immigrant children and pregnant women will send a clear message that we welcome and value newcomers to our state who enrich our communities and add to the workforce as employees and entrepreneurs. Eliminating the 5-year wait for immigrant children and pregnant women is a wise, financially sound investment in New Hampshire families. The Catholic Archdiocese of Manchester called it a pro-life bill. I urge you to vote yes on the ought to pass as amended motion by pushing the green button so that we can take a small but significant step towards increasing access to health care for all New Hampshire residents. Thank you.
Does the member yield the questions?
No, I don't.
Member does not yield. A division vote has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 282. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that adding the addition of cohorts to the Medicaid pool, continuing this pattern, will only increase the strain on an already fragile healthcare system, and if I know that it doesn't address the barriers preventing market forces that could reduce healthcare costs legitimately, and if I also know that this bill will increase health insurance premiums, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that having Medicaid coverage allows moms and kids to access preventive care and early care, which prevents the need for much more expensive critical care down the road, and if I know that that critical care costs fall on all of us one way or another, and if I fervently want to support all mothers and children in this state, would I press the green button to support the ought to pass recommendation? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 282. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Can't push the button after.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote.
Hit the OK in the middle. Okay, now if they.
186 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 565F and A relative to expanding Medicaid to include certain postpartum health care services. This is without recommendation. The amendment is Representative Shapiro moves out of pass and offers amendment 0304H, printed in House Record 12, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The division has been called. Members only in the chamber can vote. Members will take their seats.
Representative.
Members will take your seats. This is a division vote. The question is on the adoption of the amendment 0304H. This is on the amendment only. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Eagle.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Cushman to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to have our state join a federal program that would give an extra 10 months of pregnancy Medicaid benefit to postpartum women, up from the 2 months postpartum coverage they currently have. Supporters of the bill say this will provide health care to women when they are at an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. This is a good thing. However, there is no income eligibility requirement for this extended taxpayer-funded health insurance, and after 2 months, most women return to the workforce. So they could be making 6 figures and still be on Medicaid. The state of New Hampshire cannot tailor this bill to fit our needs as a state. We cannot require an income eligibility, we cannot reduce the number of months, and the terms are completely dictated by the federal government. Not only that, but in the Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, we have heard time and again how the large pool of Medicaid patients is straining our hospital systems. Adding another cohort to that pool will only further stretch health system resources. The idea that we solve all healthcare access issues by creating more categories of people eligible for Medicaid is misguided. We've seen that more Medicaid equals less beds in hospitals due to inadequate reimbursement. This results in lower quality care for all patients. This is not good health policy. Additionally, there has not been convincing evidence brought forth that this bill is even necessary or justified. There are increased mental health and cardiovascular risks for women in the postpartum period, yes. However, there are also increased mental health and cardiovascular risks for men and women after surgery. People of all walks of life are at increased risk for various health conditions depending on their lifestyle, age, diet, careers, and genetics. The answer to helping people is not scooping them into a Medicaid eligibility pool. That is no guarantee that they will access quality health care. Instead, we need to focus on fixing our broken healthcare system and bringing more affordable options to consumers. Continuing to increase the number of Medicaid recipients is eventually going to make the system insolvent. In fact, Josiah Bartlett's Center for Politics today released an article and was talking about how the Congressional Budget Office made a recommendation that the federal government start to decrease eligibility for Medicaid and also shift more of the costs to the states to prevent the program from becoming insolvent and to deal with the federal deficit. If the system becomes insolvent, at that point, what will happen? Will the government have to step in and provide government health insurance for everyone? I hope not.
The House will be in order.
We've seen how that plays out in other countries. But what I do know is that we see Medicaid expansion bills like this every year. And we hear how the payer mix of insurances is putting a strain on our healthcare industry, how Medicaid doesn't pay enough, and that we need to prop up the system by increasing premiums for private insurance and maintaining protectionist policies that keep out the competition that could truly drive costs down. It's a house of cards. Let's not add another unnecessary, unjustified program that costs millions of dollars just because the federal government is offering a match, especially when there's no income eligibility requirement and we have no authority over the structure of the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come before you today in support of HB 565 FN. The idea for this bill did not come out of thin air, nor was it the brainchild of our committee or the honorable representative who brought it to us. It is an option created by Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to address a very real and specific problem. The U.S. has a significantly higher rate of maternal mortality than other wealthy and even not so wealthy countries around the world. Statistics from 2019 indicate that there were 17.4 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births in the U.S. compared to 4.5 in the Czech Republic and 1.1 in Poland, just to name a few examples. There is a growing recognition the postpartum period extends far beyond 60 days. This bill will extend Medicaid maternity care benefits for the current from the current 60 days to a full year pursuant to the state option under the American Rescue Plan. Thus far, 35 states have or are planning to extend postpartum coverage, including all the states in the Northeast. Currently, many women lose coverage at a critical time, leading to undiagnosed and untreated conditions such as cardiovascular disease, hypertension, depression, and substance use disorders. In fact, the 2022 New Hampshire report on maternal mortality reveals that approximately 40% of maternal deaths in the previous 2 years here in New Hampshire had occurred between 43 days and 1 year after childbirth. Approximately 25% of New Hampshire's new mothers are recipients of Medicaid. Only 25% because Medicaid is a healthcare program for low-income people, and there is an income eligibility to get on Medicaid. Over 10% of new moms report symptoms of depression. Others struggle with substance use disorders. Treating these conditions through the first year will not only result in improved maternal health, it will enhance the ability of mothers to parent their newly born. It will improve the well-being of our youngest granite staters and offer our children the future that they truly deserve. This is a common sense, fiscally responsible remedy for our high rate of preventable pregnancy-related mortality and morbidity. Contrary to some who believe Medicaid recipients will intentionally become pregnant just to maintain their coverage, the benefit would actually increase options for family planning and reduce unintended future pregnancies. Once again, this is a bill that the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Manchester called a pro-life bill. Expanding postpartum health care coverage is a wise investment in the health and well-being of New Hampshire families. I urge you to vote ought to pass as amended on HB 565 by pressing the green button. And I would ask for a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 565 FNA. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill takes us one small step closer to Medicaid for all, and if I know that any discussion of expanding Medicaid coverage or eligibility should start with an understanding that the current spending levels are unsustainable, and if I know that increasing those coverage just accelerates the inevitable collapse, would I then press the red button so that another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that having Medicaid coverage for moms and kids for a period of a year postpartum will reduce costs by enabling them to get preventive care and early care at lower costs outside of hospitals before the problems become critical and must be addressed at much higher costs to every one of us, and if I fervently believe in supporting the health and welfare of all New Hampshire children and moms, would I now press the green button and pass this bill? Thank you.
Motion before us is the auto pass as amended motion on House Bill 565 FNA. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 574 FNA, reestablishing the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Representative Weber moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0294H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0294H, printed in House Record 12, page 56. This is a division vote on the amendment only. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McAleer. Representative Infantine. Representative Doucette.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 283 voting yea, 80 nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Kofalt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 574, which would reinstate a failed program that was discontinued in the state of New Hampshire in 2011 due to low participation. If you understand a little bit about the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, you can quickly come to understand exactly why there was low participation. This bill, although well-intentioned, solves a non-existent problem with a complex top-down solution. The Farmers Market Nutrition Program, as implemented under this bill, would provide a one-time benefit of $30 to participants in the Women, Infants, and Children program, also known as WIC. The objective, ostensibly, is to provide access to fresh fruits and vegetables for participants in that program. However, participants in that program already have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. Virtually every supermarket in this state, certainly all of the major chains, accept WIC as a form of payment, and they sell fresh fruits and vegetables. So there's actually not a problem being solved here. It would, however, require that in order to make use of that $30 benefit, participants would have to seek out and find and get to a farmer's market or farm stand that is participating in the program. Right now, if we look to our south, where Massachusetts has implemented this, they have about 108, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, participating vendors who offer this benefit. They also have 5 times the population that New Hampshire has. So if you use that as a proxy for the math, you can say that maybe 20, 25 vendors are likely to be authorized in New Hampshire. If we're really generous, maybe 40 or 50. So to make use of your one-time benefit of $30, you need to figure out where those vendors are and get to a farmer's market. There's also a significant burden for the vendors themselves. So there's an application process. You have to provide a history of your sales that needs to tie to your business tax returns. You have to provide photo IDs and copies of Social Security cards for all owners, operators, partners, and board members for the organizations selling their produce. You need to train your employees, part-time, full-time, or even volunteers need to be trained in how to accept the WIC payment for produce, and they need to be trained within 30 days of starting employment, and then they need to be retrained at least once a year. You also have to implement an electronic payment system so that you can receive the WIC payment vouchers, or you need to alternately apply to use paper vouchers instead. So you can quickly come to see how this is one of those programs that's very well intentioned, but as a top-down program that imposes complexity on the people using it, both on the sell side and the buy side, it simply doesn't make sense. That's why this program had low participation in the past. So a common definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This program was discontinued in 2011 for very good reasons. As legislators, we need to use scarce taxpayer resources wisely. Let's apply them to programs that are efficient and effective, not complex top-down programs like one that has already proven to be ineffective. I ask my colleagues to please join me in pressing the red button to vote no on the OTPA recommendation so that an alternate motion may be brought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber. Speak for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one who was in the House in 2011, I remember that was a time of sharply declining revenues, and we did away with many, many, many programs that were effective and that were used and that we needed. And we're only just now getting back to reinstating some of them, and this is one. The expenditure of the $300,000 will free up over $110,000 federal funds, so we're leveraging the dollars. The benefit goes to women and children on the WIC program, and yes, they do have access to some of these foods now, but this would give them $30 more to buy more of them, restricted just to fresh local fruits and vegetables. And with respect to the onus that the program brings with it, This benefits not only women and children and local farmers, and I think we ought to leave it to the potential participants to decide for themselves whether participation in the program is worth it to them or not. But it has the potential to benefit both women and children and our farm families. Finally, and now I have lost my train of thought, and I apologize. No, I really have lost my train of thought. So I will leave it there. It's a useful program for both. Oh, and what I was trying to remember was we had testimony before the committees that not only will this benefit farmers markets and farm stands in the country, but most of our urban areas have farmers markets and farm stands locally, like the one that takes place right outside the Capitol building here. So they're accessible to far more people than just those who can actually get to a farm stand. So for all of those reasons, I would ask you to press the green button and pass this small but very significant benefit for those who need it. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do not.
Member does not yield. The motion before us is a division has been requested. Representative Senator Tosto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 574 FNA. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this program was discontinued because of low utilization, and if I know that we can access $10 in one-time funding without contributing more than just some employer time, but that this bill appropriates $300,000 to increase that benefit to $30 for about 12,000 families, and if I know that there is already access to fresh fruits and produce, would I then press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this program benefits women and children and farmers, and that the people who need the benefit, it's a big benefit. If I know that people, women and farmers, ought to be able to choose for themselves whether to participate in a program that might benefit them or not, and if I know that if they choose not to participate, this is a program that will return any sums not drawn, and the money isn't drawn until after they use the benefit, it will be returned. So no harm, no foul if it's not completely utilized. I urge you to press the green button for the benefit that this will give to women, children, and farmers. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 574 FNA. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend state of the vote. 180, House will be in order. 180 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report fails. For what reason? For what reason does a member rise?
I'll move inexpedient to legislate.
I would like to move the table, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to table.
Table is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 574. A redivision has been requested. All members take your seats. A tabling motion has been brought forward on House Bill 574. This is a division vote. The motion is to table House Bill 574. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
New York. Thumbs up or down? Thank you. Censor.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The tabling motion failed. Question is now on the motion of ITL to House Bill 574. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members should be in your seats. So the motion before us is ITL on House Bill 574. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Parshall, how would you like to vote? Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The committee report of ITL is adopted.
Oh, he was kind. What's that? Sweet. The Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 614 FN, an act directing the Department of Health and Human Services to develop a health outcomes repository related to per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Erica Leon for the committee. The committee amendment is 0533H, printed on House Record 12 on page 57. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. And House Bill 614 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 57 FN, relative to the state minimum hourly rate, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Sullivan moves ought to pass. The member from Manchester, Representative Infantine, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am fortunate enough to be on a national board where I get to travel around the country 3 times a year and talk with my fellow insurance agents. I know, really exciting group. But they all know that we have the largest legislature, and they ask if it's unwieldy or how we get along. And I said, it's very well organized, and we get a tremendous amount accomplished. Every bill gets to see the light of day, gets heard, and then brings to the floor. That's just kind of the New Hampshire way. We get things done. We don't necessarily need government to do it for us. Some examples in the state of New Hampshire. We don't have a requirement over age 18 to wear seatbelts, but more of us do than in states where it's required. We don't require people to have insurance, but more people have it than in states that are not. And we are the only state in New England, at least I believe so, that doesn't have a bottle bill because we recycle on our own. So there's many things that the state of New Hampshire does on their own and the people do themselves. And when it comes to the minimum wage, I look at what business has done over the last number of years. Business needs to stay in business. Business will adapt. Business will change. And they've had to do so by increasing wages. And I think they've been very effective at increasing wages. You all drive around, you see a fast food advertising between $15 and $17 an hour. The radio on the way up here this morning, advertising $35 an hour to be on a paving crew. And now the newest thing is work today, get paid tomorrow. Have you seen those advertisements? So businesses will adapt and have done so, and they brought the wages up. We don't have a minimum wage here. That is true. We follow the federal minimum wage. Our 2 senators had the ability to raise the minimum wage in one of the COVID bills. And when it came to a vote on one of the amendments brought in by the senator from Vermont, they chose not to. Another thing about this bill is something I was taught never to do by some of these people in the front row when I was a youngin' here. Never vote for something and tie another legislature to it. This bill has an automatic increase based on the CPI to the minimum wage. And the way I always taught, we do not tie another legislature. We vote up or down, we stand behind our vote. We don't just let something automatically happen. For those reasons, I feel that business has done a better job than government could when it comes to wages. We have one of the lowest unemployment in the country. We're in the top third of wage earners in the state, in the country. And we shouldn't be tying any automatic increase to anything. I would ask you to vote against the motion for a further motion. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
I will answer one question.
You may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. Do you believe that I did research for a year and a half looking at businesses and walking around and ask workers, they still make, some people, they still making $7.25 an hour. And then we have a homeless people, they have 2 to 3 jobs and they still don't make enough to pay rent. And then can you explain to me
The member,
how?
let's suspend for a minute. So I know we do would you believe questions, and if I was parliamentary God, they wouldn't happen, but you're really stretching that. You can't start out, do you believe, and then make a speech.
I just want to ask you a question because
Just one.
Can I ask the question?
If you can ask, just ask the question, please.
Yes. Do you know how many businesses they still making, they paying $7.25 in workers, and we have people they still working 2 to 3 jobs and $7.25 an hour, and they're homeless at this point.
There are still some jobs in the state of New Hampshire where employers are paying $7.25. They usually last for a week or two to make sure the employee is going to at least continue to show up. They're what we call the training wage. So I'm not going to sit here and say there's not one person, one business, and one employee not making $7.25 an hour. I wish they all were making more. But again, some of those are training wages and others. The city of Manchester made a decision themselves that they weren't going to pay any of their employees more under $15 an hour. And I was in favor of that. And for those 9 people that it helped, I'm glad it did. But I'm glad the city of Manchester made that decision and private employers made that decision versus the government.
The member from Concord, Representative Schultz, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable colleagues. I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief. I know that's kind of hard. I wrote it down, so I would be. I want to make 2 core points, and that's it. The first one, I think everybody can appreciate, and that's that there's strong bipartisan support for the $15 minimum wage among Granite Staters. And the second one is about the value of personal responsibility and hard work, as inspired by President Ronald Reagan, who I will be quoting, and that contributing to society is a central American value. So first, there is poll after poll has shown that the average Granite Stater, including majority of Republican rank and file voters in New Hampshire, support raising or returning a minimum wage back to New Hampshire and getting to 15. This has been polled after, so it's not some radical thing we're throwing on people. This is actually something that if we talk, we talk to our constituents, we can ask them, and we'll find that to be the case. And really, I think it's because not only are Granite Staters smart, but they also see that we are on a path, our neighboring states are on a path to get to 15, and some employers are on that path, as our previous speaker did point to. Right now, other than New Hampshire, all other New England states are on a path to 15, and it ranges from Vermont, $13.18 an hour, to Massachusetts and Connecticut are already at 15. And also on this same point, that's because over 101,000 Granite Staters make less than 15 an hour. 101,000 Granite Staters that are workers make less than $15 an hour. That is about 25% less than that figure was 2 years ago, but it's still a lot of people, and probably in every one of our districts. Okay, so there's that broad point. Now to the Ronald Reagan stuff. Of course, Ronald Reagan spoke eloquently about America being the shining city on the hill. And he spoke eloquently about the value of hard work and how we, if we're able-bodied and able-minded, should be able to contribute to society. And I think that's a bipartisan value, I really do. But no one has more eloquently said this than President Reagan. And he said, 2 quotes. First, wouldn't it be better for the human spirit and for the soul of this nation to encourage people to accept more responsibility? Yeah, I agree with that. And then he also says, meaningful work, not welfare, is every American's hope, and we have a continuing responsibility to make those hopes a lasting reality. I don't know that I agree with every aspect of that, and yet I do agree with the core message of that. And that's what inspires me to keep fighting this battle that we have yet to succeed on. And that's because American society still holds that value. We all do, I believe. Probably everybody in this room, I believe, does. I really do believe that. Because if you can work, you should work. We need you to work. And all jobs that need to be filled, we should work to fill those jobs. But the minimum wage is only there as a floor. And our floor right now is much, much, much too low when we default to the federal $7.25 an hour. It was never meant to do anything to bring broad prosperity to everybody. It was just meant to keep people out of dire poverty. But we know workers in New Hampshire, at a much higher rate than any of us would like, have to go on public assistance while working full-time because too many employers pay such a low wage that they have no other recourse. If they want to raise children, if they want to participate in society, and they're doing everything that society is asking of them, they are not looking for a handout. It is up to us and our responsibility to make sure that low-wage granite staters do not have to go on public assistance. Let me say that again. They're paid so low that they have to go on public assistance, and that is not what it's for. Those social safety nets are for people who cannot work, people who are sick, people who are too young or too old to work, or have a disability that causes them to not be able to work. None of that, none of our social safety nets were to be a way to augment wages because an employer can hit the floor or close to the floor of the wage, the minimum wage. Moreover, in terms of prosperity, every dollar that a lower wage worker earns ends up back in this economy. I think that's true of most middle class families too. It's a rising tide that lifts all boats. For people earning low wages and for a hard day's work, all they really are asking for is that fair wage. And we need to ensure that it happens because, again, none of them wants a handout. I come from a family of hard workers. I'm sure, given that we do this as volunteers, I bet we all come from families that are hard workers. And again, no worker wants a handout. So for that modest, for their hard work, they deserve that modest pay as a means of contributing to society, and we need to do the right thing and raise that floor at least to the minimum of what our neighbors are going towards, and that's what the first step of this bill would do. I'm skipping over a lot of points to keep it brief. Okay, for me, okay, in all fairness. So I hope that you will support this bill by, what is the motion? Ought to pass, good, okay. Please vote to pass this bill by choosing the color of money, the green button. Thank you for your time.
Representative Santonastasia requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yep, that's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Question before the House is the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 57. Representative Seaworth is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that increasing the minimum wage every year for, well, forever is bad policy for New Hampshire, and if I heard that very similar legislation just got voted down on the other side of the wall, would I not press the red button to defeat this motion so a better motion can be made?
Representative Sullivan is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has no minimum wage but follows the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, and if I also know that all the other New England states are well on their way towards a $15 minimum wage, if not already there, if I further know that HB 57 will restore a New Hampshire minimum wage and move it to a $15 over 3 years, would I then hit the green button to support New Hampshire workers? Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 57. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Malone. Representative Merchant. There. Representative Woodcock. Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 178 in the affirmative, 183 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Sweeney moves expedient to legislate. And for what reason does the other member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to table, and I'd request a division.
Now. Representative Adjutant moves that House. He asked for a division? Okie doke. Moves that House Bill 57 be laid on the table. This will be a division vote. Members all in your seats, right? The question is whether to lay House Bill 57 on the table. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 in the 180 in the affirmative, 183 in the negative. The motion fails. Question now is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Probably 183 to 180. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 74 FN, relative to an employee's unused earned time, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Cahill moves ought to pass. The member from Manchester, Representative Infantine, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, business owners provide benefits to their employees for a mechanism to entice them to come to work for them, to keep them to staying working for them, to keep them happy in their jobs. Vacations, sick time, benefits, these are all very laudable things. One of the hard things in the Labor Committee is trying to make a law that fits everyone. Sometimes, unfortunately, it ends up not fitting anyone, because we have businesses of all shapes and sizes. Large multinational companies, large New Hampshire-based and New Hampshire-owned companies, medium companies, small companies, startups, research and development, all kinds of different things for people that have 1 employee, 2 employees. So it's very difficult to try to set everything into one little package because it doesn't always work out very well. We have tried our best over the years in the Labor Committee to let businesses make some of their own decisions on how they're going to offer benefits. Some offer vacation time, sick pay. Some don't even call it that. They call it paid time off. It's a certain number of hours. You can use it how you see fit for vacation if you need extra sick time. So trying to put everything into one little package and tell everybody, you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to offer vacation time, sick time. And then, if there's any kind of departure, get fired, quit, anything, then you must now take those benefits that you gave and pay cash on the barrelhead right now within 7 days, just like it's wages. Well, some employers don't consider them as wages. I'm going to provide these to you, and I hope you will stay employed with me. I don't want you to come to work and then, like some businesses will decide in their manual, yes, we will pay you that on a pro rata basis, a certain amount of time. So if you do leave, our employment does cease, you get a certain pro rata of those benefits. Others say no, because we have seasonal businesses. We have businesses that are just busy on weekends versus during the week. It's all kinds of different machinations of what businesses do. Those owners make the decisions on how that's going to affect them. We've heard horror stories about people saying, I'll give you 2 weeks paid vacation. They work 5 days into the new year and then they want their 2 weeks paid vacation. That's why we allow businesses to make some of these decisions on their own. So while I do respect the sponsor of this bill for trying to do something, I think he's just tried to make it too narrow. He's trying to tell too many businesses what to do it, and I don't think it's our decision to tell businesses how to do this. So I respectfully ask you to vote against the motion on the table.
The member from Newmarket, Representative Cahill, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, if you will, you're not sitting in Reps Hall, you're sitting in the break room of your current employer, And let's say that the people on that side of the room were laid off, almost 2:30. Today's your last day. You had no idea this was coming, but today's your last day. You've been a great employee, but you're being laid off. People in the middle, your situation's a little different because, you've done well with the company, but for whatever reason, you're moving on to, maybe you're relocating, you're doing something else, and, you've given your notice so that your boss can find a replacement. Maybe you've even helped training that person, but you're leaving on good terms. You weren't fired. You're leaving on good terms. Over here, I'm sorry, I've sold the business. And I've sold the business, and while it's customary, and you might reasonably expect that if you're staying on, you're going to work for that company, and your vacation hours will travel with you. I'm sorry, that's not happening, because in New Hampshire, I'm allowed to say, we don't pay vacation hours at termination. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter you're a good employee. It's not your fault. It's beyond your control. It doesn't matter. In New Hampshire, that's what I can do it, so I'm going to do it. And, when you interviewed for the job, and I said, this is how much I'm going to pay you. We have health insurance. We have 2 weeks vacation. And here's the personnel policy book. And you probably didn't read it, because who does? Who reads those, terms and conditions? But down the bottom of there, someplace it said, this little blurb, we don't pay upon termination. So I don't happen to think it's fair that under the circumstances I've outlined, you're laid off, you worked hard, you gave your notice, did everything the employer ever asked you to do, and probably a bit more. And when you're looking at that final pay stub, comparing it with your last one, something is missing, and that's your vacation hours. Whether you called it PTO, vacation, whatever it was called, it's gone. And now you're going to go down to the unemployment office, and you're going to say, my job is over, and I'm going to have to get by with 30% of what I was making, up to a maximum of $427. That's what I have to do, because I didn't get my vacation pay. And the vacation pay, maybe you have $3,000 to $5,000 saved up to pay your mortgage, your rent, or your food expenses, and maybe you don't. But having that vacation pay would certainly make a difference. So I'm going to tell you now that we had the employer should wipe out this item from his balance sheet, put the money in his pocket. Vacation wage theft is theft. Thank you, Mr. Libertarian. So I would like you to vote ought to pass on this bill so we can move it to the other body, and we'll see what kind of rationale they have. I want you to remember that you represent not only the businesses in your community, you represent the workers in your community. And if we don't pass this, at some point, somebody working in your community will come to you and say, I called the labor board, and they say, that's the law. You had a chance to change it. Why didn't you change it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Santonastajo has requested a roll call, which has already the required seconds. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 74. Representative Infantine is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that one size fits all rarely fits anyone, and that businesses have the ability to determine what their benefits are and how they're going to allot them, dependent upon the size and scope of their business. Would I please vote against the motion on the floor for a future motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sullivan is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many New Hampshire employers do pay for earned vacation time upon termination, but if I also know that New Hampshire employers are allowed to take a pass on paying for that unused vacation time when an employee is laid off, terminated in good standing, or if the company is sold. If I also know that HB 74 will require all employers to pay for that earned vacation time in such circumstances, would I then press the green button in favor of New Hampshire workers? Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 74. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 174 in the negative. The motion is adopted. And House Bill 74 is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 489 FNA. Also be in order. An act establishing a county tourism development fund administered by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs and making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Richard Lascelles for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Larry Stavas for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Magliori to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if you want to help bring more tourism dollars to New Hampshire and assist our counties with tourism development, then I ask you to vote against the ITL motion on HB 489 so that another motion can be made. Business and Economic Affairs currently markets and promotes all of New Hampshire, and typically highlights the most well-known tourist spots. The department does not currently have the resources and personnel to target individual counties or necessarily emphasize the unique tourism opportunities of a specific county. Some counties need a little more help than others to bring tourists and tax dollars to their own beautiful places of interest. This new operational support program, managed through BEA, would make grant money available to county governments to assist with operational costs of their tourism development efforts. Funds appropriated for the operational support program would not lapse, will be administered by the Travel and Tourism Department, and be required to meet established reporting requirements. Counties, by doing some marketing and highlighting events happening in their own counties on their own, will help our businesses by bringing in more tourists. In turn, they will grow county tax revenues and ultimately bring in more revenue to our state. It has been said through testimony that for every $1 spent on New Hampshire tourism promotion, we get upwards of $13 in return. So you can see this is a great opportunity to provide benefits and growth for our tourism activity. I hope that you can see the value to county government in this program. Please join the bipartisan effort to spur tourism in our state by overturning the ITL motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 489. This bill establishes a county tourism development fund administered by the Division of Travel and Tourism Development within the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs. Additionally, this bill establishes a county tourism grant program to be used by individual counties for the purpose of promoting and developing county tourism initiatives. The majority of the committee feels that this legislation is unnecessary for a number of reasons. First, currently, there exist two initiatives, the Travel and Tourism Development Fund and the Joint Operational Program, both administered by the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs, for the purpose of promoting and developing tourism, travel and tourism across the entire Granite State. Second, the website visitnewhampshire.gov, produced by these existing authorities, already does an excellent job of showcasing travel and tourism across the entire Granite State, including destinations in all 10 New Hampshire counties. Clearly, this bill is not needed, as tourism and travel is already well funded and promoted by the state of New Hampshire. In conclusion, this bill grows government unnecessarily, and it fails to justify expenditures against measurable benefits. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate by voting yes on House Bill 489. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Santonastato has called for a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 489. This House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Magliori for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that travel and tourism is an economic driver that is beneficial to our entire state economy, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Business and Economic Affairs supports this bill to spur travel and tourism development unique in each county, and Mr. Speaker, if I believe that a 13-to-1 return on investment is significant, and Mr. Speaker, if I believe that overturning the ITL will allow the introduction of important new information with an amendment, then, Mr. Speaker, would I allow my finger to travel to the red button to overturn the ITL so that we may explore another option? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Powell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that both funding and programming for the purpose of promoting and developing travel and tourism across the entire Granite State already exists and is administered by the New Hampshire Department of Business and Economic Affairs, and if I know that the state website visitnewhampshire.gov does an excellent job at showcasing travel and tourism across the entire Granite State, including all destinations in all 10 counties, would I now vote yes to support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 489. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. For all members present who had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to say the vote. 190 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Resource Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 212 FNA, an act appropriating funding for investigations, testing, and monitoring relative to pure and polyfluoroalkyl substances. Considered the same, report the same, the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Rosemary Rung for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Resource and Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 276 FNA, an act establishing the Rhinobacteria Mitigation Loan Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Then Rosemary Rung for the committee. The amendment is 0418H, printed in House Record 12, pages 41 through 43. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is on the bill ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
The voting motion.
The voting mode. You got to be in your seat.
Motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. Voice vote was taken, unsure, division was called for. This will be a division vote. Member must be in the seats. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Corinthian.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 160 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Resource Recreation Development, to which was referred House Bill 534 FNA, relative to water assistance for natural disasters. Considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Susan Vale for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Juliet Harvey Bola for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harvey Bola speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak about the purpose of House Bill 534 is to provide financial assistance to low-income homeowners served by residential wells that are experiencing water supply problems due to drought. This bill increases funding from a temporary $1.5 million fund to a $5 million fund over the next 2 fiscal years. It will be managed by the Department of Environmental Services. I'm asking you to vote against this bill for 2 reasons. Number 1, New Hampshire is no longer in a drought. The good news is that according to both Haley LaPointe from WMUR and the U.S. Drought Monitor report, New Hampshire has been 100% drought-free since January, returning us to replenishment levels not seen since 2020 and following a trend of improvement since the fall of last year. Additionally, New Hampshire should anticipate being drought-free all the way through early June, according to data prepared by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for the U.S. Seasonal Drought Outlook. If we trust the science, we won't need this fund. Number 2, the second reason to vote against this bill is it doesn't fit into the stated mission of DES. The protection and wise management of the state's environment are the main goals of the agency, is the stated mission for DES, and at this, they do a great job. The Water Division is tasked with protecting our numerous lakes, ponds, rivers, and groundwater, according to their website, but the administration of a welfare program such as this water assistance program is an expansion of their mission and introduces a new kind of welfare. Help is already available from traditional welfare departments. An emergency loan is available to homeowners suffering from dry wells through their town welfare department. Additionally, extra funds are available through elder services for those who qualify. Our community action programs that already oversee utility emergency services would be a more suitable program for the administration of emergency well repair funding. So I would urge you to ITL. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Veal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, honorable colleagues. Natural disasters such as floods and droughts are occurring more often. We have had more frequent storms that have brought inches of water at a time, and we have had dry spells in New Hampshire that last for weeks, particularly last summer, which was gorgeous. New Hampshire may be going into its fourth drought in 4 years, and we must wait to see if that happens again. When a homeowner loses the use of their well, they have no water supply, and they may not have the resources to explore and to remediate the problem. The cost and the logistics of replacing a well in an emergency can be prohibitive, but private well owners have been applying for funds through the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Committee. Since 2020, the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund has helped 147 homeowners repair, replace, and/or treat their wells secondary to drought and flood conditions and other natural disasters that have occurred. The trust fund, however, is not able to replenish funds for this well-documented need, one that is coming to us year after year since the fund was created. So what this bill does is it creates a dedicated, non-lapsing fund called the Water Assistance for Natural Disasters Fund, and it appropriates $2.5 million for the fiscal year ending in 2024, and $2.5 million for the fiscal year ending in 2025, as it is written. From this program, private well owners will be able to apply for assistance in the form of a loan or a grant via DES, so that in the event of a natural disaster, they will be able to replace, repair, or treat their well as needed. The loans and grants are based on the ability to pay. The income guidelines are not fixed. It is rulemaking authority that DES has in order to assist with this money, and they will be using a process that is already in existence. DES may also apply for and accept from any source gifts, donations of money, federal grants, legislative appropriations, local and other matching funds that also can be deposited into this dedicated and non-lapsing fund. So I leave you just with the comment that equitable access to clean water is something that will benefit all Granite Staters, and I hope that you will vote in favor of the bill. Please push the green button. Thank you.
Representative Veal has requested a division. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 534. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harb for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the majority rejected a proposal to study how this bill would fit into other available programs, such as federal aid or emergency welfare aid, that may be presently available to assure drinking water for our taxpayers. And if I know that this bill proposes to provide water assistance for natural disasters, yet the bill itself reveals a plan to spend $5 million to repair and replace wells only for a select group of our taxpayers, and if I know that in a natural disaster, all New Hampshire taxpayers should be treated equally, then would I not press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has experienced severe drought conditions over the last 3 years, leading to dry wells and water contamination for many households, particularly in the North Country and southern tier of the state, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bipartisan bill is modeled on an earlier program by the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, which helped many needy families whose wells were affected by natural disasters over the last 2 years to stay in their homes, thereby lessening the housing crisis. And Mr. Speaker, if I know the fund would be well managed by New Hampshire DES based on publicly adopted rules defining natural disasters and ensuring recipients have exhausted all other options before qualifying for financial assistance, wouldn't I press the green button in support of House Bill 534? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, a majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 534. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Names.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 177 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. We're moving on to part 2 of the calendar. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 108, Act relative to the confidentiality of reports made to the Division of Children, Youth, and Families requiring guardians ad litem to be appointed in certain instances. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mark Pearson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Bickford from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To give my speech when you call upon me. Sorry.
Chair recognizes Representative Moulton.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was my turn. Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
You're up.
Speaker. Sorry, I'm new at this. I would like to speak in support of House Bill 108. This bill would attach a penalty to people who are making a report in bad faith. Keep that in mind, in bad faith, to DCYF. I'm a mandated reporter. All adults in New Hampshire are mandated reporters. All you need is a suspicion of abuse or neglect to make a report in good faith. There's a difference between making a report in good faith or in bad faith. This is not going to penalize people who are making a report in good faith. The determination of if it's a good faith report or if it's a bad faith report is done through DCYF. That is on them to determine if it's a bad faith report or not. It takes a lot. There's a high bar for them to determine without a shadow of a doubt if the report was made in bad faith. 50 states and territories have similar bills, similar laws to this on the record. I am in support of this because I think that by having similar legislation done here, it will deter people who are making bad faith reports. It should not, the intention of this bill is not to deter good faith reporting. It is to deter the bad faith reporting. If they know that there's going to be criminal penalties attached, they might not make that report. But people who are still making a report in good faith have nothing to worry about. I am in support of this bill. If you feel the same, then please push the green button.
Chair recognizes Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this idea. This is about child abuse and neglect and about reporting, as the young lady told us, that every one of us needs to report this. Think about what happens when people think that they might be prosecuted. You don't know what happens after you've made a report. It's not in the public domain like criminal cases are. So you make a report that something's happening next door, down the street, wherever. Teachers have to do this quite often. You can do it confidentially, but the thing is, it's confidential afterwards, so you don't know the next time you make a report whether anything happened or not. And so you may make a series of reports, and then suddenly somebody decides at DCYF that, well, I think we're getting too many reports. But you were told you were supposed to make reports just on suspicion. We all remember what happened with the Roman Catholic Church when many of us were afraid to make reports because of the authority. It's important to get those reports out and not suppress the free speech of the public that would make those reports. Just recently, we had a child die in, I think it was Manchester, or lice. I don't know if anybody did report that, but those are the sort of things we desperately need people to report to DCYF, which is Division of Youth, Children, and Families, and so that they can investigate those things. We're not going to know if they're bad faith or not. It's up to them to sort that out. We just want those reports to come in. We've been that way for many years, ever since we went to this chapter, and we thought this outweighs not prosecuting people, not letting them think that they might become a suspect. They have to go before court. We don't want them to think that. They'll get their mug shot just for reporting innocently. Yes. You could make an innocent report and be suspect. And if you're suspect, you can be prosecuted. A mug shot. And that's why we didn't want to go this direction. We want people to feel free. You're going to have to hire a defense attorney. It's going to cost you dearly. And when the word gets out, people are not going to freely report. It's going to rein it in. They're going to back off. And that's what we're afraid of doing. So I'd like to ask you to not support the bill as it is. Press the red button so that we can continue on in New Hampshire the way we have. We've done a pretty good job, but we can do better. And if we go this way, we won't be doing a good job. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several of the points I was going to make were actually made better by my colleagues, so I'll skip some points and just say a few things. Over the years, some people I've been charged with looking after have been the victims of a disgruntled ex-spouse using his or her children to get revenge by making intentionally false reports of child abuse to the relevant department, court, law enforcement agency, or social service agency. The bill before us would add, finally, New Hampshire to the long list of states and territories that say, you do that and you'll be punished for it. The statutes in these and other jurisdictions all include such phrases as knowingly and willfully makes a false report. Another state says the person knew that the report was false or was made with reckless disregard of the truth or falsity of the report. In other words, an honest mistake is not punished. The question was raised as to whether the addition of this law would have a deleterious effect on honest, sincere reporting. Those consulted in other states tell us they do not believe their laws had that effect. Therefore, out of an abundance of caution, the bill before us specifically adds a section indemnifying those who make a good faith but inaccurate report. Mr. Speaker, let's take one weapon out of the hands of those who would use their children to strike back at an ex-spouse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 108. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 108. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Gray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body has the safety and well-being of children as a priority, and if I know that this bill could deter conscientious citizens from making a pertinent call to protect children, and if I also know that there is already legal recourse for defamation and slander, would I now press the red button and vote no on deterring calls to report potential abuse or neglect? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Pearson for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the penalties for making a false report of child abuse are on the books in the vast majority of states, but not yet New Hampshire, and if I know that those who make a good faith but inaccurate report are indemnified in this bill, and finally, if I know that laws like the one under consideration have not led to people being afraid to make reports when necessary, would I vote ought to pass by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of how to pass on House Bill 108. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 214 voting yea, 143 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 124, an act relative to temporary alimony. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Deborah DeSimone for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The division has been called. Members in the chamber only. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is ought to pass on HB 124. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Aber. Representative Panic. Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. Thumbs up. Thank you. Representative Brown. Reynolds. What's that, boss?
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 151, an act establishing a committee to study the issue of unmarried co-inhabitants, domestic partnerships, and common law marriage. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. It's going to pass along for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Bickford for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been requested. Members take their seats, only members in the chamber. Only, oh, was he? Members take their seats. The motion before us is, majority report is ought to pass on House Bill 151. This is a division vote to clarify the voice vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Portillo. Yes or no, please?
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 97 FN, an act establishing an additional penalty for a violation of privacy. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Jennifer Rhodes for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 160. House will be in order. An act relative to public display of chess. Having considered the same, report with the same with the following resolution. Resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jennifer Rhodes, the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, be unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Jason Javin for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is, Chair recognizes Representative Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple bill that codifies state law and clarifies it. Under state law, anyone can be in public without a shirt or top, and it is not illegal. If you go to Hampton Beach during the summer, you will see many men out there without a shirt on. You will also see some women without a top on. There have been no issues. I would suggest if someone is harassing people, that the harasser is the person who should be held responsible and not the victim. In spite of state law allowing this, the city of Laconia has an ordinance preventing it. Now, I took that ordinance, challenged it to the New Hampshire Supreme Court on equal protection grounds because the Laconia ordinance said men can be outside without a shirt on, but women cannot. Unfortunately, I lost that Supreme Court decision by a vote of 3-2. Further evidence that every vote counts. We know that by some of the ties here today. But I would suggest we can overrule that. So New Hampshire is a Dillon state, not a home rule state. What that means is towns and cities can only do what the state gives them permission to do. And the state can preempt the town And we do this in many areas. I expect half of the room here is proud that we preempt towns on firearm laws and don't let towns regulate that. And the other half of the room, I would suspect if there was a bill that prevented towns from banning abortions at any moment in time, that might be something that people would also be in favor of. So depending on the issue, there are many examples where we do not allow towns to do what they want. There's a minimum floor that this legislative body sets. And so when there are enabling bills that allows towns to do something, we can say, no, you cannot do that. And I would suggest that our enabling statutes do say that towns cannot do things that are repugnant to the Constitution. I suggest it is repugnant to the Constitution to make a crime have an element based on someone's sex. We would not even hopefully consider ever having a crime that has an element someone's race, and I would suggest it's just as wrong to do it when it's based on someone's sex. I don't believe there was testimony against this in the committee. However, it's my understanding the NHMA didn't take a position as to towns doing it in a discriminatory fashion. But their concern was, well, what if towns don't want people, or what if towns want to require shirts in town hall or the library? I think that makes sense. Towns should be able to do that if they want. So my position is solely when towns are doing it in a discriminatory fashion based on someone's sex. So I'd ask that you vote against the ITL so that a additional language that has been presented, we can vote that, which would address that. And I just want to say freedom should not depend on someone's sex. We're the live free or die state. We're not the live free or die unless you're a female state. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee voted on this. We thought about it. It was a difficult one, but at the end of the day, we came down on the position of what is going on at the moment in a particular town is something that we cannot foresee or interfere in. If the citizens of Laconia, they have Bike Week, they have different events, they, as a citizenry, decide that this is what's best for our town at this particular moment in the safety of our town. They decided that was the way they wanted to go. This is not something that we feel we should micromanage towns on. Other issues, as the previous speaker said, are more important. This one really, it's just, I guess I would say that it's a difficult one for us to get involved in at the state level because different towns have different events all throughout the year. So I would ask you to support the bipartisan committee vote to let the towns deal with this in the best way they see fit. Thank you.
Representative Reed has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate. The House will be in order on House Bill 160. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Reed for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the definition of crime should not be based upon a person's sex, and if I know that display of chest is already legal under state law, but towns have passed ordinances that are discriminatory on the basis of sex, providing unequal treatment of the sexes under the law, meaning that I could be arrested for the same exact behavior that would be completely legal for you, Mr. Speaker. And if I know that the municipal association, after consulting the towns, thank you, If I know that the municipal association, after consulting the towns that have passed the discriminatory ordinances, were fine with the idea of the legislature prohibiting towns from passing discriminatory ordinances on the basis of sex. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the prime sponsor intends to bring forward a floor amendment that simply states that towns cannot pass ordinances that discriminate on the basis of sex, effectively solving the concerns the committee members had, then would I now press the red button to overturn the ITL so that the floor amendment can be brought forward and we can end the unequal treatment of the sexes under the law?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that that amendment was not brought when we heard the bill, the committee did not have the opportunity to hear it and weigh it. And if I further know that no one from the public came and asked for this bill or showed up to testify about this bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is something best left up to the folks in the town, what they do and do not want on their streets and in their venues, would I now press the green button, am I right? Yeah, green button to support the committee vote. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 160. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. (223) voting yea, 129 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 191, an act relative to voluntary surrendered firearms. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jonathan Smith from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator David Muse from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. HB 191 is a pretty simple bill that gives the Department of Safety the option. That's the option of offering a firearm surrender and destroy program for gun owners. It recognizes the fact that there are some gun owners who may have inherited a firearm or acquired one at some point, who may not feel comfortable with one in the house, or who may have inherited it from a family member and would rather have it destroyed. The bill would change but not eliminate a law passed 25 years ago that lets state police accept weapons that are turned in by owners who no longer want them. Currently, when these weapons get turned in, they're either auctioned off or the state police can decide to keep them. But what our current law does not do is give the state police the option again, and not the mandate, to do what some gun owners choose to do with their own property, and that is to simply have it destroyed. In theory, gun owners have the right to destroy their property on their own. While some might have access to a shredder capable of shredding paper, very few people have access to the kind of shredder that's necessary to actually shred a firearm. or the kind of saw that's powerful enough to cut a firearm up so it's no longer workable, or an oxyacetylene torch capable of melting one in enough of the right places to render it inoperable. State police are already incurring the expense of accepting turned-in weapons and deciding how to dispose of them. All the bill does that's in front of us now is give the state police another option for disposing of them, while at the same time giving a few people who would like to be ex-gun owners the comfort of knowing that a weapon that once belonged to them will never be in a position to be used in an act of violence or to help a person take their own life. The bottom line is this bill only adds an option. It's not a mandate. Some people might make the argument that criminals might take advantage of the program to have a crime gun destroyed. But to me, you actually have to be a pretty dumb criminal to risk an unnecessary encounter with police over something like this. What's also important to realize is that allowing the state police to provide this option is no more costly than administering the options that we already provide. There are also companies out there like Gunbusters that will actually work with law enforcement to destroy weapons for law enforcement at no charge. So please support me in supporting a bill that actually supports the rights of people who own property to decide how that property can and should be disposed of. Again, this is a bill that does not require the state police to implement this program. It merely would give them the option of doing it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard testimony on this bill from the state police. The state police are the ones who brought up the idea that it could possibly be the perfect crime. If you use a gun, you bring it into the state police and they destroy it for you, well, there goes the case. As often or not as that may happen, it's not as important as the fact that destroying perfectly good property that could be converted to money for the town or the city or the state is the reason this law was put in place in the first place. If a citizen wants their firearm destroyed rather than sold, they just want it out of commission, any number of gunsmiths in the state would be happy to do it for a very small fee, as much as it would break their heart. Having said that, there's just no reason for this bill at this time, and the firearms are currently being dealt with however the owners want them to be, and if they're not, someone's happy to do it. Thank you.
The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inc. to legislate on House Bill 191. Senator Tasto has asked for a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 191. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill would only give the Department of Safety an option to correct a surrender and destroy program and not a mandate, and if I know that many other states and local governments provide this option as a convenience to gun owners, and if I know that weapons are already being surrendered to the Department of Safety and providing this option would cost taxpayers nothing, then would I press the red button and defeat this motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state police testified that they were not really interested in this bill, if I know that no citizen came forward and asked for this bill, and if I know that if someone brings their firearm to be destroyed by a licensed firearm dealer, they may actually find out that it's worth a lot of money and change their mind, which they would never find out if they brought it to the state police. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I would like to support the bipartisan vote to support this, would I vote with the committee in pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 191. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Howard.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 237 voting yea, 121 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move that HB 35 from the Committee on Education be special ordered to the first order of business tomorrow morning, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The family for whom the bill was inspired by will not be here today. They will be here tomorrow morning, and as such, I would ask the House to grant them the courtesy and ability to watch the proceedings and support this motion to special order this bill. I know we're in the middle of criminal justice, but I'm doing it now because of just how fast we're going today, and I don't want to accidentally skip it. So please support the special order motion on HB 35 for first order tomorrow. Thank you.
Motion before us is a special order House Bill 35 until first order of business tomorrow. First order of business tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. If opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 201 FN relative to change in penalties for driving without a license. It is without recommendation. Representative Selig moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes. Speak against the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 201 will make it possible to drive without ever obtaining a driver's license because, as we heard in committee, people may not know our laws. Having a valid driver's license is not a new concept. There isn't a single country that does not require some sort of license that you obtain by demonstrating you have the general knowledge and understanding of the rules of the road. Albeit, the U.S. as a whole doesn't require it, but all 50 sovereign states do. If passed, this law will allow a person to drive without ever acquiring a driver's license. But wait, there's more. In the event you were to be caught, you would have to be convicted twice in a 12-month period of time for it to be considered more than a violation. This is a blatant insult to everybody that has made the investment to acquire and maintain a driver's license. HB 201 isn't addressing the person that hasn't renewed their license before it expired and has demonstrated that they know and have a basic understanding of driving. It is allowing a person that has never obtained a license to justify ignorance and disregard the law because they decided they didn't need to follow it. Mr. Speaker, this is a prime example of someone that has an excuse for everything and takes responsibility for nothing. Please vote against the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative Selig. Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hope you'll learn that I'm one of your shorter speakers in general, both in stature and in length. I move that HB 201FN ought to pass. In 2015, a change was made to increase the penalty for driving without a license to a misdemeanor after a single tragic accident involving an unlicensed driver who was also driving under the influence of narcotics and was significantly impaired. Her major crime was, in fact, driving under the influence of narcotics and being significantly impaired. However, this law was then passed because of that. The prior offense has unintended consequences. It disproportionately affects some New Hampshire citizens. These include single parents, people who are economically disadvantaged, and people who may be new immigrants or visa holders who are still learning our laws. Take, for example, the case of a family living in a very rural part of the state who cannot afford to have their teen take driver's education, but needs the teen to work part-time or to assist with caring for younger siblings. The teen may have learned to drive with their family, but cannot get a license until they can afford to take driver's education or turn 18. Asked in an emergency situation, say to get medication for COVID, to go drive to the pharmacy, they are pulled over and cited for an unlicensed operation. This results in a misdemeanor offense on their record, which requires they check the box on all job applications in the future, indicating the conviction. It will influence that teen's chances for job prospects for life. Also, imagine a single working parent who's been unable to take unpaid time off from work to get to the DMV on the 2 separate occasions to get their license, who gets a Class B misdemeanor, necessitating a day in court, potential loss of employment, or more. A college student here on a visa coming from a country where they don't have driver's licenses. Before they learn the rules, they get a car and are stopped on their first drive. A Class B misdemeanor can invalidate their visa, preventing them from completing their education and causing a loss of tuition payment to the university. Or imagine a person who gets upgraded from a moped on their very first and gets their very first Harley Davidson on their birthday. They go off for a ride not realizing they actually need a different license than the one they already have. Some will say these are fair consequences for not knowing our laws and for breaking them, and we'll use examples of people driving recklessly without a license or without insurance. But there are already specific laws relating to reckless driving that have their own penalties, and New Hampshire does not require any person to have insurance regardless of whether or not they have a license. People who commit misdemeanors or felonies by driving recklessly or under the influence should be charged for those infractions as appropriate. In terms of driving without a license, reverting a first offense back to a citation, and let me be clear, any additional offenses should definitely have higher consequences as appropriate, but first offenses will help reduce the burden on our overloaded court system. It'll allow an opportunity to educate people who make inadvertent mistakes or a single poor decision, and it will provide a penalty that actually fits the violation. I ask you to vote yes and pass HB 201FN to have a penalty that fits the infraction. I do ask for a division vote, and I ask you all to push the green button when we do.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 201. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the motion to auto pass on House Bill 201. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is one of the least restrictive states to operate a vehicle, and if I know by passing this law would be an insult to every person that has taken the necessary steps to obtain and maintain a driver's license, And if I know that I can renew my driver's license online without ever leaving my house, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill lowers the penalty for an unlicensed driver for the first offense of driving without a license from a Class B misdemeanor to a violation, and if I know that getting a license and insurance can be a financial issue for young people in rural areas and an impossibility in New Hampshire for undocumented workers, and further, if I know that immigration status can also be impacted by conviction for Class B misdemeanor, which is the current penalty for driving without ever having a license, and that some people in our state are caught between a rock and a hard place when it comes to the need to drive to get or keep employment and the need to feed their families. And finally, if I know that nothing in this bill changes the fact that first offenders will still be penalized, then would I press the green button and support the OTPA's recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is the motion to auto pass on House Bill 201. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee report of auto pass is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 581 FN, Act repealing the Controlled Drug Act and establishing a committee to study the policy and statutory changes necessary to implement the repeal. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution, resolve that it's inexpedient to legislate. Then of Karen Reed for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Senator Tasto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we have the opportunity to make a historic decision in the fight against the failed war on drugs. The bill before us proposes the complete deletion of the Controlled Drug Act in the state of New Hampshire, putting an end to this outdated and harmful policy once and for all. The bill represents the end of the war on drugs in New Hampshire, and we have a chance to make a real difference in the lives of our citizens. The Controlled Drug Act has been in place for decades, and what has it achieved? We've seen increased rates of incarceration, addiction, and drug-related violence. It's time to acknowledge that this policy has failed and move on to a more effective approach. As we consider this bill, it's important to remember the lessons of history. The parallels between alcohol prohibition and the war on drugs are striking. Both policies were created with the best of intentions, but ultimately proved to be ineffective and caused more harm than good. During Prohibition, the government banned production, importation, transportation, and sale of alcohol in the United States. This resulted in an increase in organized crime, black market sales, and the spread of dangerous substances, all while failing to reduce the consumption of alcohol. Similarly, the war on drugs have been characterized by aggressive enforcement, mandatory minimum sentences, and a focus on punishment over treatment. This has led to a massive increase in incarceration rates, particularly for nonviolent drug offenses, and has done little to stem the tide of drug addiction and abuse. Instead, it created a black market for drugs, contributed to the spread of disease, and left countless families devastated by the consequences of this misguided policy. Prohibition was a failed policy that only increased violence and corruption, and the same can be said about the war on drugs. We have seen the devastation it has caused. It may be argued that this decision is too simple and the problem is more nuanced than just ending the war on drugs. But this bill will allow us to redirect our resources towards more effective drug policy, such as prevention, education, and treatment. Moreover, the public wants this change. Polls show that 83% of Americans want to end the war on drugs. And so it's time to listen to our constituents and make this a reality. And we have the power to make a difference in the lives of our citizens. In conclusion, I urge all my fellow legislators to support this bill. We have the chance to make history, to end the war on drugs in New Hampshire. So let's not overcomplicate it with endless hearings and meetings, and take action now to make a real difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yeah, I yield to questions.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It'll be really short here. Would you agree that the main accomplishment of the war on drugs over the last 50 years is that we now have drugs that are more available, more deadly, and less expensive than they were when we started this ridiculous war?
Yes, I agree, and I would add that the war on drugs has actually increased the potency of drugs than they otherwise would be. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against the committee report. The war on drugs has failed. The Controlled Drug Act has failed. It has not stopped people from using or abusing drugs. It doesn't keep drugs out of the hands of our children or stop people from overdosing. It does criminalize working class people without the means to litigate this in court. It does leave people mistrusting our law enforcement and other institutions. We've heard these arguments against drug laws and the drug war ad nauseum, so I'd like to just end with a quote from a man who helped pass the Controlled Drug Act. You know what this war on drugs was really about? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black. But by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. So I think given the intent of this law, given that it was so it was passed with so many flaws, that it would be the least we can do as a body to repeal a law with such intent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to defend the war on drugs. I don't even really know what that means. It's so complicated now. But I just want to make clear what the representatives are proposing. They're proposing that we today vote to legalize heroin, legalize cocaine, legalize methamphetamines, legalize, let me see what else, LSD, PCP, you name it. They want to legalize it today, and they want you to vote for it because they see your constituents want that. I checked my messages. I didn't get any messages from my constituents saying, could you please go to Concord and make all drugs legal? Finally, I would say that while we've been sitting here, there's a darn good chance that someone's died of an overdose of fentanyl while we've been sitting here in our warm room debating this. So I think that maybe if we are going to do this, it's going to be thoughtful, it's going to be slow, it's going to be measured, and it's going to be careful. Thank you.
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 581 FN. Senator Tasso has asked for roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 581 FN. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Controlled Drug Act was passed with ill intent and for political purposes, would I then press the red button so another motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Controlled Drug Act in Washington may have been posed for that reason, not in New Hampshire, and if I know that we need to slow down and do this in a measured way, I would vote to support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 581. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 286 voting yea, 70 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 643 FNA, an act relative to legalizing marijuana. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Then of Kevin Pratt for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 45, an act establishing a committee to study student loan forgiveness in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Valerie McDonald for the committee. Representative Senator Natasto has asked for a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded.
Yeah, we're good.
Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll. Also be in order. And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 45. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting station. Motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 45. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Education Committee recognizes the importance and need to address the issue of student debt, as New Hampshire college graduates have the highest student debt in the country, and if I know this bill requests that a committee be formed to study student loan forgiveness, but if I also know that the legislature already has a committee, the Public Higher Education Study Committee, that is responsible for higher education oversight and associated issues such as student debt, would I then understand the intent of this bill can be addressed without the need for another committee by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 45. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lamonte? I need a thumb up or down? Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 312 voting yea, 43 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 131, an act requiring reports concerning school policies on classroom recordings and in-classroom observers. Having considered the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Rick Ladd for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 540 FN Local, an act relative to adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. Consider the same, report the same with the following recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rick Ladd for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 601 FN Local, an act relative to state participation in the Medicaid Direct Certification Program for free and reduced price school meals. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendations the bill ought to pass. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following amendment, recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Cordelli moves amendment 044H, printed in House Record 12, pages 56 through 57. Are you ready for the question on? Got a debate on the amendment. Representative, Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is for direct certification in Medicaid. It's really a resolution or directive, not real legislation as we would think of it. It directs the Department of Health and Human Services and Education to seek participation in a federal pilot program to use Medicaid enrollment, family information, and confidential DOE information on students to register students in the free and reduced lunch program. Puts nothing in statute, and that's part of the problem. You will hear about the benefits of this program, and that it will automatically register families. It will probably increase the number of students eligible for free and reduced lunches, and probably more differentiated aid to school districts. It's all probably true. There are already similar programs in place for SNAP and TANF, food stamps and welfare recipients, for direct certification. Neither of these programs is in statute or in rules. It evidently is just agreements signed by departments with federal agencies that requires matching this confidential student information to register the students. We are told that these processes have an opt-out ability for parents, and we're told the Medicaid will also. But opting out, it's too easy to skip over an opt-out question on a registration. But we also had testimony that in the SNAP and TANF opt-outs, a couple of years ago, those opt-outs were terminated. Someone just decided to get rid of them, and so they're gone. And so they're not in place anymore. Who knew? Someone in the department made that decision. There was no legislative or oversight to that decision. This amendment will do three things. It will put the Medicaid direct certification program in statute. It will require parental opt-in rather than opt-out. And thirdly, it will require DHHS and DOE commissioners to certify that the programs comply with all federal and state laws. If we are going down this path, there has to be legislative oversight. This will put it in the DOE statutes right in the privacy section. Parents opt in for so many programs. We just passed legislation about opting in for WIC program. We opt in to run for office. Parents should have that same ability when they enter into this program. In addition, this amendment specifies that when they opt in, it will list the confidential student information that is being matched. What information from their student will be used? And that is the name, date of birth, address, and sex. Confidential information from the state DOE database. So this program, this amendment makes this an opt-in program, and we think that's very important. Finally, does the process comply with federal and state law? We have very strict privacy laws about confidential student information. In fact, there is a federal program, a federal law related to data matching. Does this program comply with those laws? This amendment requires a certification by the commissioners that it does. If you vote against this amendment, you are really giving unlimited power to a bureaucrat in one of our state agencies. If you vote for this amendment, you are providing for oversight, protecting student privacy, and voting for parents. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, could you hold for a minute? Does a member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative, for taking my question. You stated that the original bill was a directive rather than legislation. Can you please explain that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, the basic bill as is in front of us does not put anything in statute. It's basically two sentences. The Department of Education will seek participation in the demonstration projects to evaluate direct certification with Medicaid administered by the USDA. The Department of Health and Human Services shall assist the Department of Education as needed in pursuing and implementing this new direct certification. That's it. There's nothing about opt-in. There's nothing about privacy, nothing. It's a carte blanche for our departments to work with the feds.
Chair recognizes Representative Lilly. My apologies, sir.
No worries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is exactly what the governor has asked us to do. The proposed floor amendment was never considered by the committee. It would essentially nullify every advantage stemming from the state's participation in the Medicaid direct certification pilot program. These advantages include an easy application, free process for students, to receive free and reduced price meals at schools, reduced time spent by school administrators chasing down paperwork, and more accurate data used to determine school funding. Since 2012, 39 other states have joined the Medicaid direct certification program, which has resulted in a 12% increase in the number of students that now can receive a free and reduced price meal at school. In the state of Texas, it's actually increased school meal participation by 48%. Proponents of the amendment say that it protects privacy, but nothing could be further than the truth. House Bill 601, as introduced, without any amendments, is what we need. It's what the governor has asked for, and it has strong bipartisan support. House Bill 601, as introduced, is good for kids, good for families, and good for taxpayers. Please vote no on the amendment.
Senator Fidelli has asked for a division vote on the amendment. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 0444H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Petronell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Medicaid Direct program has little to do with actually feeding children and has more to do with collecting data, if I know that this amendment puts the Medicaid Direct program in statute, if I know that this amendment will give parents control by opting in, if I know that this amendment will require DHHS and the DOE to certify compliance with federal and state laws, and if I know that it limits the power of unelected bureaucrats, would I press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Luna for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the amendment is bad for kids, bad for families, and bad for taxpayers, then would I press the red button and vote no on the proposed amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 0444H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 174 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We're now on the motion of auto pass as amended. Chair. For what reason does a member rise?
Move to table House Bill 601.
That is a proper motion. Motion before us is to table House Bill 601. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 601. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Have cats, of course. And Vincent.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The motion to table fails. Now we're back to the question on auto pass as amended. Chair recognizes Senator Alicia Lekas.
I have read the application on this bill. This bill does not say we have an option. It doesn't even say that the amendment that we just passed will have any effect. What it does say is that if we apply, just apply, we are making a contractual agreement with the federal government to follow through with this program. And it also says they can add whatever rules they want. Do you guys remember the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit? Do you guys remember how we collect our federal gas taxes and how they supposedly give them back so we can take care of our roads? And yet, if we didn't put 55 miles, we weren't getting our money back to take care of our roads. And so the idea that we can say parents opt in, I don't believe it. I believe it's whatever the federal government says we're going to do, and we better jump to it, or we're going to lose all of our free or reduced lunch money, and we won't be able to support any children to get free or reduced lunch. The other thing, the complaint is that we're not getting this paperwork back. Well, there are parents who are absolutely adamant against filling out this paperwork because they don't want the schools to know that they're on Medicaid. They're embarrassed at having to be on Medicaid, and they don't want anybody to know. Well, guess what? If we pass this bill, every kid on free and reduced lunch is going to be Medicaid, and a list of those kids will be sent to the school. So we're going behind the parents' back in their desire for privacy and giving the schools a list of the kids who are on Medicaid. We instituted a constitutional amendment valuing people's privacy, and yet we're going to vote to go around parents' backs. And then, well, the forms fall off when you get to particularly juniors and seniors in high school. Even when the parents fill them out, the students don't turn them in. I wonder why. Seems that that's about the time kids can start working on their own. A lot of those kids either don't want anybody else to know that they're free and reduced lunch, or they absolutely hate the meals. I mean, a lot of them say they're disgusting, and they finally are able to get a little of their own money and do a la carte meals, which they like a lot better. So why don't we stop going around the backs of parents and students, and just, if they want the meals, they can fill out the paperwork. If they don't fill out the paperwork. A lot of this is actually about trying to get greater numbers for free and reduced lunch, for figuring out how to give extra money to schools. There are other ways of doing that. We don't need to go behind parents' backs to do it. So please vote against passing this. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, you've just heard some very good reasons why we shouldn't pass this bill. I'll just expand on that very briefly. First of all, as you've heard, this is a brand new federal program, and federal programs come with federal mandates. Now, you may or may not know this, but federal mandates as they currently exist in education law are currently overriding New Hampshire state law. We cannot do the things we want to, from curriculum to nutrition, because they are federally mandated that we adopt certain guidelines in order to receive money because of these federal programs that we keep getting into. I need people to understand that anything we try to do to fix education in the Granite State, until we get the federal government out, is merely a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. We need to do better than that. With that, I would ask you to vote against the OTP motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 601. This is a very simple bill. It simply allows the Division of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education to share data. It will eliminate the need for school districts to have to go through the whole process of filling out forms for free and reduced lunch. It will give us better, more accurate numbers when we are compiling the adequacy information, so that we'll have more accurate numbers for free and reduced lunch students going into the formula. This bill is simple. It just directs the Department of Education to work with Health and Human Services. The information is already in existence. It just allows them to connect it. All information is kept completely confidential. It also allows for more students. We know that a lot of families don't fill out those forms, and a lot of children don't get access to free and reduced lunch meals as they should. And this would make that difference. This is a good bill. It's a simple bill. We heard Governor Sununu talk about its importance to make this happen. We know that more hungry kids in schools are kids that don't learn as well. We need this to happen. It's not even going to happen right away. It wouldn't be enacted till 2026. So I ask for your support. We have talked about this bill time and time and time again. It's not nefarious in any ways. It's just a plain, simple bill that connects two sets of existing data in order to help children. So I thank you for your support, and I hope you will press the green button and vote yes on this bill. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 601. A division has been called. Expected somebody to. So this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 601. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a number of high school students in grades 10, 11, and 12, these students that are eligible for the program are no longer participating due to a number of issues within the schools, much different than the number of kids that participate in the middle school grades. If I know 39 states are participating in the Medicaid Direct program without issues associated with mishandling of student privacy and family confidential information, and most importantly, these high school students in those states are having meals, nutritious meals at lunch. And if I know HHS has stated that Medicaid information will not be shared with DOE without parent permission. And lastly, if I also know that Medicaid Direct program in this bill is very similar to the same process in which school districts currently determine meal program eligibility using SNAP and TANF, would I therefore support the 13-7 committee report and as amended recently this afternoon, by pressing the green button. Thank you.
Motion before us is the motion to auto pass as amended on House Bill 601. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 205 voting yea, 151 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and it's on its way to finance. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 196, establishing a commission to review and make recommendations on campaign finance laws, brought to us without recommendation. Representative, what reason does a member rise?
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
and I would like to speak to the motion. The motion is table. Oh, okay.
The
Move to
motion to
table.
table is in order, but there's no debate on the tabling
Okay.
motion.
Can you do PIs?
Yeah. Okay. Are we,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. As for division,
okay. A division has been requested.
and can we ask for PI?
Everybody waving green.
Okay. Are you going to? Okay, I'll do it. Sorry for the confusion.
Hold on.
Thought he did.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 196. You have requested a division, correct?
I will withdraw it if you would like, but we thought it was necessary. We'll
I've
go
already-
with division.
We've already
Okay,
got the
we'll go
question
with it.
before us. So if you would like to do a parliamentary inquiry, Representative
Yes,
Lane,
please.
I recognize you for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that the chair and vice chair of this committee and I have agreed that we will set up a subcommittee as requested in the bill, and if I know that the vice chair has agreed, I'm sorry. Okay. Then would I please vote to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I know that it's time to vote and that we should press the green button, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 196. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. (339) voting yea, 7 voting nay. Tabling motion passes. All right, the House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, which was referred, House Bill 252, an act exempting agricultural operations from certain municipal noise ordinances. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Barbara Quantor for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. It's an Allison Nab for the minority of the committee. The majority of the committee amendment is 0186H. The question is on the majority committee report, amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The majority committee amendment is adopted. We now have an amendment by Representative Nab, which is 0453H. And the chair recognizes Representative Quantor. Nab, I'm sorry, Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Floor Amendment 453H, which would add a clause accepting agritourism from this bill. I come from a town with a proud agricultural heritage. In fact, the largest farm in our town is owned by the former Speaker of the House, the Honorable Doug Scammon. When we look at this bill, we think of those farms, large and small, that might need to work at all hours of the day, from pulling a stuck cow out of pasture to unloading a truck in the early hours. However, the definition of farming in state law is extremely expansive and can include a homeowner with 1 or 2 chickens or the 8 raised beds I have in my backyard. This legislation would exempt any person involved in agriculture at any size or level from local noise ordinances. The definition of farming in state law also includes marketing, which in turn includes agritourism. This amendment would create some guardrails to the bill by adding an exception for agritourism. This amendment was in fact suggested and supported by the Commissioner of Agriculture, who otherwise supported the bill. Commissioner Jasper expressed concern that including agritourism in the exemption could in fact exacerbate disagreements between farms and town residents. The Commissioner also believes decisions about noise ordinance relative to agritourism businesses should remain under local control. Agritourism may include everything from corn mazes to farm camps to pick your own spots to vineyards. It can represent a way for farms to become more viable and is supported in numerous ways in state law. It is important to note that this amendment does not preclude a municipality from exempting an agritourism business from noise ordinances. It just allows our towns and cities to continue to make decisions at a local level instead of in a one-size-fits-all model for the entire state. As a representative said earlier today, one size fits all rarely fits anyone. A member of the Environment and Agriculture Committee asked why agritourism businesses shouldn't just be allowed to do their business. They should. This amendment just recognizes that agricultural properties are often adjacent to residentially zoned areas, and that towns should have the ability to consider applying noise ordinances to a wedding venue at a farm property in the same way they would to a restaurant's event space. To continue to show support for our state's farmers, while also ensuring a positive relationship for agritourism businesses within their towns and cities, guided by local control, I urge you to vote ought to pass on this amendment, and I do request a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Mr. Speaker and fellow colleagues, I oppose this amendment. This amendment allows agricultural activities to be exempt from noise ordinances, except for agritourism. The real complaint was, what if they host weddings on the farm? But agritourism is so much more than just weddings. It is education, it is fundraisers, it's farm-to-table dinners, it's full moon walks, it's bonfires, and more and more and more. How many weddings can one farm hold outdoors in our climate? If we think that officials can be reasonable, let us ask the woman who was harassed because her rooster crowed outside the noise ordinance hours. Or maybe take a page out of the town who went to someone and asked if they could turn down the music after a certain hour. Do you want houses or do you want farms? Help the farmers keep their land and press the red button. Thank you.
The motion before us is the NAB floor amendment 0453H. It's in your seat pockets. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. There will be a division vote on this amendment. The motion before us is the adoption of, House will be in order. Floor Amendment 04353H. Chair recognizes Representative Dutsey for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I believe that farms should be exempted from noise ordinances to maintain their ability to operate as farms, but if I also believe that agritourism is not always related to farming, would I now press the green button to pass Amendment 0453H and give back to cities and towns the right to regulate agritourism under their local noise ordinances?
Chair recognizes Representative Creighton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that farming is a 24/7 business, if I further know that farmers seek many different ways to earn income and grow their business, and if I further know that this amendment would hinder farmers' freedom to operate, would I then push the red button to support New Hampshire farmers? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is Floor Amendment 0453H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 164 voting yea, 176 voting nay. The NAB floor amendment fails. Now we're on to auto pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Germanoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak, or this evening at this point, to speak in opposition to House Bill 252 for three reasons. First of all, as my honorable colleague, Representative Knabb, pointed out earlier, our definition of agriculture or an agricultural operation is very broad. This isn't necessarily just farm operations that we might have in mind. It might also apply to activities that are being carried out in more residential kind of neighborhoods. And that leads me to my second point is different localities in our state have different demographics and they have different geographies, and they should be allowed to make these decisions based upon what is right for them. And finally, if we pass this as a state law and a municipality or two come back to us in the next year or the year after that, we'll say to them, we're not going to change state law just because one town or one municipality doesn't think that this is working for them. If a municipality passes a noise ordinance at the local level and it doesn't work out very well, next year they can go back and change it, or they can tweak it. They can do what is right for them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, many of my honorable friends in the House use a couple of phrases that confuse me at times. One is local government, and the other is that we shouldn't try to come up with one-size-fits-all solutions. I'm confused about what we mean by local government, because sometimes, from what some of my honorable friends argue in this well that seems to mean that localities should be allowed to make these decisions for themselves. At other times, as in this bill, it seems to mean that we in Concord are going to make those decisions for them. Likewise, with reference to the idea that a one-size-fits-all solution is not the right solution. It's not the New Hampshire way. This is a one-size-fits-all solution. Our towns, our localities have specific demographics. They have specific geography. They have specific interests and needs and cultures. And I think it's the New Hampshire way to let them make these decisions for themselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. We just heard a lot. But let me tell you, farms in New Hampshire have been around since the beginning of New Hampshire. They supply our food. We go to them for local food. We have more and more people moving into our state that don't understand how farming is crucial to us in our rural character. If we don't give farmers an option to make ends meet, our 6% food security that we can now supply 6% of our population with local food will diminish. And if you think 6% is good, I beg you to take a look around at other states. We need to support the local farmers no matter how we can. And like I said, we have a lot of people moving into our towns that do not understand the rural character and how farming is a 24/7, 365-day-a-week job. It's not a 9-to-5 job. It's not a 4-to-10 job. It's 24/7. And it doesn't matter what the weather is. I urge you to pass this. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 252. Representative San Anastasio has requested a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority committee report of order passed and amended on House Bill 252. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vogt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the House. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 252 places the determination and enacting of noise ordinance surrounding our farms and agritourism solely on our state legislature, therefore making it more difficult for local municipalities to be proactive if changes need to be made to reflect community concerns and assist our farmers with these complaints. And if I further know, Mr. Speaker, that it has always been best practice to allow our farmers and agritourism to speak directly to their municipality surrounding noise when these rare complaints or concerns arise, would I then vote no on the OTPA and select the red button so a further motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Creighton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that at its heart, New Hampshire is a rural state, if I also know that the soul of New Hampshire is in farming, then would I not push the green button to allow farmers the ability to maximize their potential? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, majority committee report of order pass it as amended on House Bill 252. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 266 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, that all bills ordered at third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, February 23rd at 11 a.m.
Are you ready for the question on the third reading motion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will be in order. We have a few announcements, and we have some unanimous consents. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the scheduled 5 hearings scheduled for the Education Committee this coming Friday on the 24th at 9:30, we will be execing the following bills, which are not in the calendar. That's why I'm announcing them to you now. HB 170, HB 394, HB 563, HB 632, HB 651, and HB 654. At the conclusion on Friday, we have finished our 93 hearings that we had to conduct.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne.
Thank you. Republicans will still caucus at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is optional. Feel free to sleep in if you like.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm.
The Democrats will caucus at 10:30. In the cafeteria, and our special guests will be there at that time as well. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Panic for a unanimous consent. Chair recognizes Representative Selig for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank all of you. I know there are some people coming up to just stand with me. I ask for your attention as we discussed yesterday in the wee hours of the morning, someone or some group committed a series of hate crimes in the city of Portsmouth with more than 14 businesses, plus my synagogue, plus some homes and private property spray painted with hateful symbols. I come before you today, as many of these other people are joining me, to ask everyone to condemn these hate crimes. And as there are indications that some of these hate groups have additional plans for additional acts of hatred over this weekend, I ask us not only to condemn those acts, but to speak out against hate and to call out all those who perpetrate hate and perpetrate these acts. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that these past remarks be added to the permanent record?
Without objection. Chair recognizes your Chair recognizes Representative Parshall. Parshall.
Parshall, let's go.
Yes, the Russian aggression against Ukraine happened approximately 1 year ago, and I think it would be a proper thing to just stop and pause a second and consider the crimes against humanity that have been perpetrated by this aggression. Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills and road bill amendments, road bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House is in recess until tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.